Greetings and salutations, friends, and welcome back to more Terra Invicta. I don't have a problem, chat. I have an addiction. There's a difference in that I recognize and accept my addiction. Second best video game ever, well, second best strategy video game ever. As number one remains, obviously enough, Sacrifice. Which isn't just the best strategy game ever made, it's the best game ever made, so, you know, difficult to compete with that one, but Terra Invicta is definitely up there. Now, actually, you know, that's an interesting question, isn't it? What is the, okay, best strategy game ever, obviously Sacrifice. There's no question there. That is simply just the best strategy game ever made. But number two, I can't honestly quite give it to Terra Invicta. It's got a couple too many little screwy things for that, but what do you think? I'm thinking Command and Conquer. But the problem is, Tiberian Sun or Red Alert 2? Now that is a difficult one. That is a difficult one. Now, status report. Earth is really solid. Earth is really solid. We've got Russia, we've got China, we've got India, got America. Very solid control on Earth. Space, less so. We've been able to kill a fair few alien agents, so I'm relatively happy with the rate at which we've been hunting them. And we've done a fairly good job at keeping the xenoflora, mostly, you know, to Brazil, that nobody cares about. And surprisingly, Africa has had very little xenoflora, which surprises me. The European Union is currently destroying various African tribes at the moment, which is business as usual, more or less. And it's controlled by the Resistance, so I don't mind that. I do not mind the Resistance keeping the European Union, that's fine. And we have screwed the shit out of the Servant, so I'm very happy with Earth. Space, less happy. Space has been a pain in the ass this run, a massive one from beginning to end. We've got a decent presence on Mars, but nothing remarkable. Decent presence on Mercury. And we've got enough orbitals around Earth, but it is past time to start building some warships. It really is past time to start building some warships. We've got all of the ingredients now. The only thing remaining is probably like a Zeta Hellion drive, but that's more for, you know, travel later on, so we'll worry about that later. And hello to the little Kick people as well. Remember, we're trying to move people onto Kick today, because Kick is a platform that, well, pays better than YouTube, and less restrictive as well. And Draken, Star Sector, don't you think that I forgot? Listen, I'll get to it, eventually, maybe, possibly. I will play that game again, I will. I was half thinking I'd probably scared off chat from playing that game again, because they were annoyed with me, like, why don't you understand how to play this game? Oh, because I've never touched it before. Red Alert 2? Really? You know, I gotta say, personally, Hydra language. I think I've gotta say Tiberian Sun over Red Alert 2. It's close. It is very close, but I think I am leaning slightly more towards Tiberian Sun. Slightly more. Hydra language. While it may take some time to fully comprehend the Hydra language, we have now identified sufficient patterns and repeating elements to establish the core concepts behind it. It seems to be primarily made up of curse words. Essentially, their methods of communication is twofold: an auditory aspect, much like our own, and perhaps more importantly, a ferrocite-based aspect, which chemical and wordless conveys the emotional context of their otherwise functional speech. We can now proceed with direct translation, or the spoken element, should we wish it. It remains to be seen, however, how effective an attempted communication will be without replicating the chemosensory elements. Ah.
We're cracking their code, Colonel.
They mostly communicate by farting aggressively. Well, that was a headache. We've had multiple teams working around the clock trying a dozen different methods. In the end, it was the Swiss team from ETH Zurich who came up with the solution. A jury-rigged automated analyzer modified to measure ferrocite levels from second to second. Combined with audio analysis, they're pretty confident they can understand what it's saying. Talking back is going to be harder. But we're building up a database of Hydra click vocabulary that should be enough for basic conversation. It's not going to be pretty, but it won't be the first time I've had to do an interrogation where I don't speak the language. At least it isn't a proper facility this time instead of a safe house with a table and a chair. Right. We're going to start researching some Hydra security measures now, just in case, as I believe...
Protecting our interests.
I believe Bailey McNally is hunting one at the moment.
Defending the VIP.
Surveillance complete.
Xenoform Alpha 11, and down it goes. Right, I expect a fleet to vector towards one of my... Yep, there we go. One of my holdings immediately. Oh, Jesus Christ, look at that. Maybe I should have waited until I'd built more of a fleet before shooting that one, but I really didn't want it running around Russia being gay. Oi. Stop that. Right, so Mercury is now fortified. Oh. The people of Greenland have declared independence from Denmark. Well. Imagine that. The people of Greenland have declared independence. My God. Hello, Greenland. It's time for you to go to war with the United States of America. Listen, the US wants Greenland, and it's going to fucking get it. So at least Mercury is relatively well protected, I think. So that's nice. As for everything else, not quite so much. Track in, skip tutorial, take worst possible option, spend money or leaves the shit. Why chat is angry, it's surely a mystery. Well. Sujad has subscribed. They've been subscribed for a total of 1 month on Kick. Thank you very much, thank you very much, Sujad. That's the thing. When you've got people who are playing a game for 3 years, you can't please them. And that does make playing those games extraordinarily unappealing. It's like, okay, well, the only possible outcome of this is I'm going to piss people off, which, as somebody who lives and dies of the goodwill of the audience, ooh, boy, those games are not good picks. Right, Navy. We gotta start thinking about a Navy. Probably not around Mars at the moment, so I don't know how many of my stations they're gonna blow up, but what do we got? We've got a decent amount of ship hulls now. Okay, so one of the new weapons that I've been unlocking is things like the E-beamer and the ion cannons. Oh, and Johnny Ryu gives a membership on Kick. Thank you very much, sir. So, in theory, the E-beamer and the ion batteries have a slightly different way of attacking than, missiles, lasers, etc. Instead of attempting to do damage to the hull, what they're trying to do is irradiate the hull. The idea is to target vulnerable components inside of the ship and or crew rather than the ship itself. Now, in theory, this would suggest that you could damage or neutralize an enemy ship to the point where it is no longer a threat, which should also, in theory, piss off the aliens a lot less, because you're not actually, destroying their stuff. You're merely hobbling it. That is something I'm sort of interested in trying to test out, but the problem is this shit unlocks in, 2030. At which point, skirmishing with the AI is starting to lose some of its, appeal. So, you might try that out. But for the immediate time being, I think we're going to focus in on warships. The temptation is, of course, to start building massive-ass fuck-off dreadnoughts right away, but dreadnoughts are pretty expensive, so we're going to start with some battleships and some battle cruisers. Now, the battleships are fairly obvious. You want armor, duh. God, they make the alien weapons better every time I play the game, so I don't even know how much armor is necessary anymore, but we'll go for 18 for now. 18 armor sounds okay. We've got 2 nose weapon slots. Oh, I haven't really told you about building ships yet, have I? So I should probably give you an idea of how that works too. Adoman, you did fine playing Star Sector. Chat to try hard. Yes, Adoman, blame chat. And Draken has subscribed on Kick 2. Thank you very much, sir. So, shipbuilding. You've got the armor slots, which you've got to fill. The armor is mostly a straight progression. Steel is the worst. Then you've got titanium, then you've got silicon carbide, then you've got boron carbide, then you've got composite and nanotube armor. It's pretty much just a straight progression, so when you unlock the next one, the previous one down the line really aren't particularly worthwhile. Now, in theory, the developers kind of want to create a system where you will have different forms of damage. Like, nanotube suffers 921% extra damage from particle weapon X-rays, and adamantium suffers 1063 extra damage from particle weapon X-rays. So, in theory, you should be kind of trying to match your armor to the enemy's weapons, but in reality, when it takes you a year to build a single warship, that ain't happening. That just fucking ain't happening. So, you simply go for the strongest armor. So, the way this works is you will see thickness per point. It's 7.86 centimeters of nanotube armor, and it is 3.73 centimeters of adamantium armor. You might therefore think that, okay, but adamantium armor is less thick, and so it's worse, right? No. That is the amount of armor that is required for 1 point down here of armor. And so, having 3.73 centimeters of adamantium is the equivalent of 7.86 centimeters of nanotube armor. And of course, this makes it far lighter, and weight is a huge factor here, so you want your ships to be nice and light. Here's the 20 frontal armor, just to be sure. Now, when it comes to weaponry, we've unlocked a fair bit. The infrared stuff is literally useless. Don't worry about it. Just, delete it whenever you can, really. For a battleship, this is going to be a solid shot class weapon. When it comes to solid shot, your primary metrics are weight of fire and velocity. So the biggest gun we can fit on this is a coil cannon Mark II, which, as you can see, fills 2 of the nose slots right there. Now, the coil cannon has a muzzle velocity of 7.2 kilometers per second, where the closest comparison has a 4.32 kilometers per second. So obviously we want the coil cannon. Muzzle velocity is important because muzzle velocity determines how quickly the shell, of course, flies, in addition to the speed of your ship. The faster a projectile is, the better chance it has of getting through enemy point defenses. However, if you're just firing one projectile, that makes it easy to shoot down. So if you want a ship specialized in overwhelming enemy point defenses, which is what a solid shot battleship like this is going to be, you might want simple number of cannons, but this is where the damage comes in. The damage of a light coil cannon, which takes up 1 slot, is, 3.9.6 megajoules, compared to 1,000 megajoules of the coil cannon. The megajoules is, of course, the energy delivered to target, which is the ability to do damage, penetrate enemy armor, so you want at least 1 big gun. The rest of this ship, however, we are going to have some point defense. I've never really used the point defense phasers before. Arc laser, 20 tons, same weight. Wavelength, 1,000 nanometers. Base shot power, 50 megajoules, same. Cooldown, 3 seconds, 4 seconds. Targeting range, 300, 350. 0.14 gigajoules, 0.11 gigajoules. The point defense phaser just seems like it's straight up better, so we're going to mount 2 point defense phasers. Actually, do I want 2 point defense phasers? So, the big thing about this build here, you've got different size of weapons yet again. You could put on, for example, the 4-style heavy caliber cold gun battery, right? And as you will see, it has almost the same damage as my nose mount. And you might think, oh well, it's got 4 barrels, so it fires 4 shots, right? No, it doesn't, unfortunately. It fires 4 shots over 40 seconds, so it fires 1 round every 10 seconds. Very low rate of fire. Meanwhile, if you take the light coil guns, they have the same rate of fire, 1 shot every 10 seconds, but you can put 4 of them on, which means you will fire 4 shots. And if you're looking to overwhelm enemy point defenses, then numbers of shots is of course very, very important. So the question is, do I want 1 more light coil gun battery or 1 more point defense phaser? Tracking. Archie, you been watching this chat? Yes, I have got Kick Chat up too. I've got all 3 chats up. I've got Rumble, YouTube, and Kick. I've got all of them. You know what Israel did to Iran's nuclear base? I did, yes. And why not? The Iranians were being bad people again. Entirely normal. But I'm busy explaining a video game. Look at it. We're gonna err on the side of caution, I think. Because, of course, if the ships simply explode, then having 1 more gun isn't really going to be that big of a deal. Utility modules always bring the highest level of targeting computer you can bring, because targeting computer is vital now. Without that, you're simply not going to do any damage, so always bring it. Now, heat sinks is an interesting one. So, every time one of your weapons fire, it generates heat inside the spacecraft. Now, in space, it is actually rather difficult to get heat out of your ship, because in vacuum, of course, there's no material to transfer heat to. So heat management in space is a big deal. What you would normally then use is a heat sink. A heat sink is some form of matter that you can transfer the heat into from the ship via radiators. However, heat sinks are stupendously heavy, like the heavy sodium heat sink, which has a capacity of 740 gigajoules worth of heat, weighs 460 tons. Even something small like a simple potassium heat sink is 200 tons. It's really fucking heavy. Really ridiculously fucking heavy. So what I prefer to do is instead simply use a tin droplet radiator, which of course uses drops of molten tin to radiate the heat out into space rather than the ship. And you may notice combat vulnerability when deployed very low. Many of these other things, like the aluminium fin radiators for example, have huge aluminium fins that stretch out from the ship, meaning that they are very easy to hit, meaning that having radiators deployed in combat is very, very dangerous. But the tin droplet radiator, you don't really need to worry about that, which means you don't need the heatsink, because you can continue to radiate heat into space whilst you're fighting. Very good. Very good stuff. Very good stuff. So I usually do not bring the heat sinks at all anymore. They're too expensive and they don't do enough. I might recommend bringing a salvage bay, because salvage bay does increase your ability to recover stuff, but it is 1,000 tons, which is a lot. So that one's a matter of preference. It is nice because it does actually give you a lot more exotic materials, which you need for building the fanciest shit in the game. So it's one of those things, like, you kind of want it, but you kind of don't want too many of it, and you can only have 5 of them tops. So normally I like bringing them on something that I know I'm gonna build like a maximum of 5 of, which is probably this exact type of ship right here. So we're gonna put on the salvage bay. It's very arguable whether or not that one is worth it, because you're also going to, when you're slapping 1,000 weight on a ship, you're also going to need more fuel tanks to push it, meaning that you might very well be losing more resources and fueling up your ship than you're gaining. So highly, highly debatable. Repair base can also be a very good idea, but again, 700 additional tons, which is, I get, it's a lot, but repair bays are really, really, really nice. It is really, 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 really nice. Really nice. I think, do repair bays function on a fleet level? I don't remember if they changed or added that. But for now, this is about as big and heavy as our battleship is going to get. Radiators, tin droplet, battery. So the battery. You've got different types of batteries that have different types of capacity, with this being 15 gigajoules and the quantum battery being 80 gigajoules. The important point here is that each time one of your weapons fire, it will use up an amount of energy. So in the case of the point defense phaser, 0.11 gigajoules per shot. In the case of the coil cannon, 2.2 gigajoules per shot. So you need a battery that's capable of powering all of your weapons. Now, in most cases, you're just gonna throw on the quantum battery, because the quantum battery is 80 tons, which is the exact same as a molten salt battery, but has twice the capacity and recharge like 3 times as fast. So you just pick the quantum battery. It's just the best one. Power plant depends on your drive. I do have a fair few new drives now that we might check out. Let's see. A light bulb drive, which gives us a delta V of absolutely nothing, but a very good combat acceleration. 82.5 milligis is not bad at all. Significantly better than the quartz drive. Yeah, the quartz drive just looks outdated, so we can obsolete that. The cavity drive Slightly less millities, but superior Delta V. The Pegasus drive. Now, the Pegasus drive is excellent for combat acceleration and cruise acceleration. 1.3 Gs of combat acceleration is pretty damn good, and is also slightly better cruise Delta V, so we can obsolete those two. But it's 10 water and 0.05 fissiles per tank. Using fissiles to run your ships, not great. Not great at all, because you usually don't have a lot of fissiles. Indeed, we've only got 6.8 income, so fueling up our ships with fissiles can get really stupendously expensive really stupendously quickly, so yeah. Teardrop drive, comparable, obsolete. Lars drive, obsolete. Pulsar drive, obsolete. Advanced Nova drive, obsolete. Plasma wave drive. I mean, it's at least better KPS, no millities, of course. Pulsed plasmoid drive, 5.6 KPS, which is not terrible. And the old reliable grid drive. And the colloid drive. Alright, so the only choice really is Pegasus, Pulsed, or Grid. Now, personally, I prefer the Grid drive because it gives you a little bit more cruise acceleration, which is good, as that is, of course, the speed at which you are actually, traveling. So 100 milli-Gs is ideal. Ship with less than 10 mil-Gs, acceleration may face longer travel times to other bodies, especially when launching from deep in a planetary gravity well. But you don't need to worry about that too much. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to go for the pulsed plasmoid, because when you're intercepting ships in a defensive capacity, you need enough cruise Delta V to potentially... because the enemy ships might try to flee, in which case it's going to say, I am going to spend so and so much Delta V to get away, and you've got to match that. So cruise Delta V is quite useful. It's also good if you do need to move within the solar system. And right now, when I might not have the ability to build defensive fleets everywhere, having the option to do so is quite nice. Now, the grid drive has half the Delta V, but it has like 300 times the acceleration, so... There's also the fact that the pulse plasma uses base metals for its at you. Excuse me, for its fuel rather than water. Water is excellent for fuel because there's a lot of it, so my old favorite, the grid drive, will remain, I think. Which finally leaves us to the power plant. Right, the majority of this is probably nice and obsolete at this point. 761, 729, 722, right. So for a engine, all you need to really worry about is the weight of the engine and its power output. So 7619. That is the lightest. Let's see. Output 1.1 gigawatt. Awful. Maximum output 155 gigawatts, 20 gigawatts, 420 gigawatts, 150 gigawatts. Right, so the molten core fission reactor puts out the most, but I don't need 420 gigawatts. So the gas core fission reactor will do me just fine, I believe. And it'll save me a few tons. Yep, we're gonna go for the gas core fission reactor. Right, now you can increase your acceleration by adding on additional engines. Doing so is not necessarily be a terrible idea, but it does of course increase the weight of your ship, and it does increase its cost by a little bit. Now, normally the weight increase of multiple engines is largely worth it, in my opinion, as it adds like less than 100 tons total, and it increases your total speed by a lot, like 8 times, which is kind of massive as well. Propellant tanks, of course, add additional weight, so will slow you down. At like 30 kps, you can travel within the solar system somewhat comfortably. Now, if you're just going to intercept stuff purely around your own home planet, you don't need that much. Like 10 will be plenty for your purposes. But as I do want the potential of going out there, if I were to get rid of that, I could actually get... I could save a fair bit of weight, but not so much that it truly matters. I'm tempted to bring along some actual just straight up salvage ships, but I worry that they would be incredibly vulnerable. So we're probably going to keep that for now, and we're going to keep the 30 kps. It is overkill. It is absolutely overkill, but I want to have the ability to shift my defenses around the solar system if I have to. So expensive, but it is what it is for now. And that shall be a North Sea class, I believe. A North Sea class, named after its primary job of overwhelming enemy defenses. Right, we've got the North Sea. What I usually also like to add in is another battleship class, 20 front armor, 3 side, 1 rear, where I simply load it up on single-shot laser weapons. The single-shot laser weapons, we're not even going to give it advanced laser engines. We don't need to worry about that. We will give it a repair bay, because this can be the fleet's repair vehicle. We can also give this the flag bridge. So this will be the Jarl, because it'll be our commander. 10 droplet radiators, quantum battery, gas core fission, grid drive. So, the reason for this one is because when you're dealing with large enemy fleets, they tend to have a lot of projectile weapons. Now, your point defense will deal with most of it, but in my experience, having a little ship like this, being able to put out like 8 shots of long-range intercept to shoot down enemy projectiles, very, 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 very useful. Nice, this a bot on kick. Let's get rid of it. There we go. Delete that. So I like bringing one of these. It's more of a personal preference. You might not need it because you might just have enough point defense to, you know, not bother about it, but I like having it. I like having it. Right, what am I lacking? So we need 30 kps. There you go. Save that as the Jarl class. Now, we need something to deal with fast enemy ships. By the way, did I remember to... I didn't. Attack mode. So one of the things you can do as well is you can set up the mode of your guns. Attack mode is what I do on these because their entire purpose is to attack, and I don't want my coil guns wasting time trying to shoot down invalid refit. I mean an invalid refit. I don't want my coil guns wasting time trying to shoot down enemy projectiles. Yeah, that's the one. So I just tell them to attack the closest enemy target, regardless of anything else. What do you want from me, video game? Why do you want to save this? Now, this is fine, right? Yeah, no, I haven't changed anything beyond changing the focus fire. Game, are you being weird with me? You're being weird with me. Invalid refit. I am confused, video game. What do you mean, invalid refit? I am genuinely confused. What are you complaining about now? Well, that's weird. I think that might actually be a little bug. As I should be able to switch its attack modes without any worries. I'm pretty sure. Unless... does not consider that an upgrade? Does it not consider that upgrade? I am confused now. Right, okay. Let me remake that then. I got to do the proper things. As believe you me, it's very annoying to need to do the things in combat. Very, very annoying. So you're better off doing it to begin with. There. Happy now? Good. Now, the North Seas are there to deal with enemy capital ships. Big stuff that are going to move slow and aren't going to be able to get out of the way of incoming projectiles. Now we need something to deal with smaller ships. The best way to deal with smaller ships is a massive nose-mounted laser cannon, because it's the fastest way to hit it. Smaller ships are more difficult to hit because they're quick, obviously. But if you simply mount an enormous laser cannon, you don't need to worry about that. By the way, the huge heavy siege coilers are also absolutely beautiful little things. I don't even think oh, there we go. The Spinal Siege Coiler Mark II. Look at that beautiful fucking thing. It fires, I think this is an 800 centimeter cannon or something. It fires, it fires buses at the enemy. It is beautiful, but look at that muzzle velocity. 4.10 kps. Oh, Jesus. It is awful. Now, it usually requires multiple point defense hits to destroy a projectile of this fucking size. But it's really slow. It is painfully slow. So instead, we're going to go for some battle cruisers to begin with. The battle cruisers with the 720 centimeter ultraviolet arc laser cannon, which might sound impressive, and it sort of kind of is, but it's not going to do a lot of damage against enemy capital ships, because lasers take a massive penalty to dealing with armor. Massive penalty to dealing with armor. And since the enemy warships usually carry a lot of armor, that means that laser, until you get like the 800 centimeter variants, just isn't that useful. Right, we are going to put on a point defense phaser turret, and I'm tempted to put 60 centimeter ultraviolet. and I think I will, as extra long-range defense, right? You will be in attack mode solely, and you can be in Guardian mode. That's fine. Important thing about these ships, always load them up with advanced laser engines. Each advanced laser engine gives 20 megajoules of energy to any lasers on the ship. For the point defense and the single 60 centimeters, that's not a big deal. But for the 720 centimeters, that is a big deal, and they stack. So always carry as many of those as you can, bearing in mind you have to have a targeting computer. Always have to have the targeting computer. Radiators, tin droplet, quantum battery, gas fission core, grid drive. 6 engines. 30 Delta V. Right, that is our small ship killer. Now, just to check, did I forget anything? Titan computer, 3 6 engines, 30 kip. Yes, yep, that's fine. The Jarl class. Aha, I did forget something. You need 6 engines. Targeting, repair bay, flag bridge, yes. Yeah, alright. Get rid of that one. Lakota class? Lakota class? I ain't building no fucking Lakota class. No. What is the name of, It's Gungnir, isn't it? Yes. Gungnir, the Spear of Odin. Oh, goddammit, it's doing the thing again, isn't it? It is, like invalid refit. I just changed the name, video game. Right, fine. No ship of mine is gonna be named a Lakota class. Fuck that shit. And everything saved, 26 engines. Yes, Gungnir, there you go. And that will be the basis of my fleet then. That shall be the basis of my fleet. Nice and simple. Alright, so ship construction then. We've got a nice number of stations that can build this stuff now. Right, so first things first, we need a Jarl. The Jarl reduces the command point cost of all ships by 20%. Very important. You always want one of those. Then we're gonna need at least 3 Gungnirs. And we're gonna need 5 North Seas. And that will be a fleet with 5 North Seas, a Jarl, and 3 Gungnirs. That should be able to deal with most early game stuff. Now, I'm tempted to start building things in Mars orbit. The thing is, I don't know if they're gonna blow up my space stations around Mars. So I am not going to yet. Instead, we're going to start making some in Mercury orbit. Now, Mercury is going to be more lightly guarded for a while, but man, that's just going to have to be how it's going to have to be. So we're going to wait until the enemy fleet arrives on Mars and see how much of my shit it ends up blowing up. Hoping that it won't be too much.
We'll make our appeal.
Right, you are going to be
Your
busy
orders?
in Mars for a while.
Don't let them find out.
Going in.
Sabotage some of your
Where
stuff.
do you need me?
Oh boy.
Heading to the LZ.
Where to? We'll catch up on years of research.
We do need to start
Reporting
dealing
in.
with some of that xenoflora, I fear. They're starting to get a lot of it.
Headed there now.
And to get a lot of it indeed. With the fleet building, that's our big thing right now. Colony mining complex, yes.
Offering counsel.
We've hacked their research data.
Sabotage adamantium armor, because it's almost done. Fuck you.
Mission aborted.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
I'm a complete fucking sucker for synthwave. I'm a massive sucker for synthwave. See, I have no musical sense of my own. Basically none.
Target still in one piece.
God damn it, Reverend Norse. I, in essence, have no musical sense at all, which is a little bit sad, I realize, but it's also just true, so, you know, that's what it is. Anything with a good beat, I can listen to and I can adore. So synthwave, great. Nightcore, as much as it makes me a fucking woman, I know. Love it. Hydra interrogation. I would indeed like to interrogate the Hydra. I wish to call it names. Call it gay. And then explain to it why
Ready
that's a
to
bad
go.
thing.
Gear up.
I'm here.
It is definitely time to start
Taking
getting
it to
rid of a
them.
little bit of
Where do you
all
need
of
me?
that. It's also probably time to see if I can't infiltrate another enemy organization.
Eyes on target.
The servants
order?
still have not realized that I've infiltrated them, by the way. I don't even know how. I genuinely don't even know how they haven't noticed. I don't know. I genuinely do not
Restoring
actually
order.
know how the fuck they have not noticed. But they haven't. So I'm just going to continue to take advantage of that for all eternity, in essence. Armenia, you don't have any nukes, do you? Belarus, you might have one, actually. No, Belarusia doesn't have nukes. Well, imagine that. Aren't you territory that I might want, actually, with Russia? I think you are. Yes. Yes, I think you are. I should probably consider making Russia great again. Yes. Yes, yes. I think making Russia great again might be a good idea. Kazakhstan? That's... Oh, wait. I just unrivaled them, didn't I? Because I'm retarded. Entirely normal. I could just declare war on you. And there's nothing you could do to stop me. Ah. What about Ukraine? Oh, Ukraine. Alright, the European Union is starting to conquer shit, is it? Okie dokie then. Once again, the European Union infringes upon Russia's sovereign territory. Tisk, tisk, tisk. Those goddamn
On my way to the capital.
filthy Euros. How dare they? How dare they?
I will help them.
Person of interest surveilled.
Project Exodus. Yeah, sure. I'll have a check out of Exodus. We're gonna have to defend Russia against Western aggression. But first, we're gonna defend ourselves against Kazakhstan. JD Standard Station is up and running with new nano factories, which is gonna give us another big, beautiful boost to our economy.
Policy direction complete.
Massive fucking Donia. Right, Kazakhstan. It is time for you to become mine. Yeah, no, you can do this on your own. Don't worry about it. Russia, you don't need help. That damnable European Union. It's stealing Russian territory all over the place. Disgusting. Alright, I don't want to go to war. Armenia. Turkmenistan. I'm already in federations with half of these countries. I should just federate them. God, the aliens really were fucking things up, weren't they? Good God. Come on, Russians, invade Kazakhstan. Swear to God, if you start asking for America's help, I'm gonna be very upset. I'm probably going to just leave the EU alone.
Ready for orders. At your service. Time to make our move.
By and large, I could start fucking with the EU, but...
Lending my expertise.
Oh, here we go. Let's see how much this will cost me. Let's see how much this, St. Elias Station, how much that assassination is going to cost me. If the EU is under the command of the resistance, then I'm fine with that. 3 layered defense arrays. Now, normally I'd say that's a pretty decent defense, but of course they've sent like a battle cruiser, 2 cruisers, 3 monitors, and everything, so I don't think this is going to work out very well for me. See, this is one of the issues I've talked about with balancing, like last time. The aliens, they used to send, like, small groups. Holy fuck, the lasers cutting through his armor, Jesus. I was hoping it could at least withstand lasers. Fucking hell. Before, and they've got plasmas too, so yeah, that's not gonna work out very well. Before, the aliens used to send small fleets initially of like 3 to 4 ships and stuff like that. And you could defend against like 3 to 4 alien ships. Then, because the developers got angry that people were defending against them, they gave them plasma, which utterly ignores armor and point defense. And then people figured out how to defend against that, so the developers got angry again. And now, they just send entire battle fleets to destroy even the most backwards of positions. And you're like, okay, well... I mean, shit, I never even got within firing range of the enemy fleets. Right. Turns out, layered defense is just a waste of fucking resources now. Oh well.
I have new information.
Stop your hypocritical hand-wringing. You think only of the minor threat at the time I quashed it, and not of the insurmountable threat it would have become had I not. Hans Castillo, during a war crimes trial.
During a war crimes trial? He's been on a lot of trials for war crimes, this man. A lot of trials for war crimes. Good God. Right, tokamaks would be very nice. White color automation would also be very nice, though. as I'm gonna need the money. Plasma weapons too are gonna be really fucking nice. Yeah, plasma is gonna be really nice. Fusion is also gonna... Fission, I mean, is gonna be really nice. Oh, God. All of this is really good now. Right, let's see. View full tech tree. What was the Z? What was the Z pinch? Helion? Helion? Helion torch? Zeta Helion. Zeta Helion is the one I need, yeah. Z pinch, fission, deuterium, helium, deuterium, neutronics. Alright, neutronics it is. Was that it? Did the aliens just blow up one station and then fuck off? Because that's not too bad, actually. So they left Chokai Station. Chokai. Like with previous streams, by the way, anyone who donates $10 or the equivalent gets a station or a counselor named after them. Chokai Station. Okay, well now I can start building a fleet in Mars orbit. I would really like a second station in Mars orbit. Let's concentrate on upgrading this one, actually. We'll upgrade this one before we start building more stations. Right, so we've got Chokehold Station. So the Jarl, obviously. And I'm thinking North Seas or Gungnir's?
GTC is right on nominal.
I'm thinking Gungnir's first, because I can build them fast. If I can get 4 Gungnir's and a Jarl, that will help out the point defenses up there quite a bit. We'll go for that. Russia strong! Russia invade Kazakhstan! Rightful Russian clay! Amusingly enough, the last time the Russians invaded, I think it was Georgia, it was an abject disaster. What do you mean you don't want to... What do you mean you don't want to federalize? Oh, it's because they're ruled by the enemy, of course. Derp. Right. Georgia! Your clay will be mine! Can I declare war on any of these guys without getting myself fucking murdered by the EU? Belarus? Nope. I'll have to start taking over these smaller countries one by one. North Caucasus Confederations. No, just keep disarming warheads then. I was tempted to just break up Russia initially, but seeing as I can control Russia, I think I'll keep it. I mean, it's very tempting to ignore Russia and then try to take over the European Union instead, but I want the resistance to have something. I want the resistance to be able to build up something, because I'm kind of hoping that if I coddle the resistance enough, maybe, just maybe, they'll be able to build something worthwhile.
I will try to sway the public.
I'm not at all
Ready
sure
for
that
orders.
this is something that'll be... that this will be successful as an endeavor. But I'm thinking if I just hold their hand closely enough, then maybe they'll become competent at something. It's a long shot, I admit. An extraordinarily long shot, but I am a very optimistic man. I am a very, very optimistic man, and I just like to think the best of people, you know? That's always been my thing. Hyper-optimism and charitability. And ironically, it genuinely kind of has. If anything, a little bit too much of both. I suppose it's best to just level a little bit of command for you, as you'll be busy destroying xenoflora for the foreseeable future.
Offering assistance.
Yeah. Damn it, how dare you! Ace Assassin! Bailey McNally became our first counselor to kill 5 aliens, promoting an unofficial ceremony. Nice. 20 XP, Ace Assassin, 200. I've got plenty of operations, so... rain harder than ever. Right, Ace Assassin.
I will report when my mission is
That's
complete.
new. Plus 3 espionage. Nice. Not that I need that, but I guess that could allow me to get rid of something. Alright, I could unequip that. I don't need Kaiser Securities either, so I can unequip that as well. Alright, that gives me a couple extra slots that I could use for something, and we'll just pop that 1 point in espionage again. Beautiful. Security, prosperous. Let's make sure you're nice and secure, shall we? Oh, no, we've actually got 3 slots for something. Nice. Monthly income would not be the worst thing in the universe. But right now, I'm probably just looking for flat bonuses to everything. Cadmus, 1% to economy is never a bad thing. Sunstone. Ooh, 13% to military. 13% army, navy, monthly. Yeah. 6% military silent. Yep, that one. Fuck yeah. That one. Definitely that one. Definitely that one. It's expensive, but I am currently... uh-oh. Arch 23. Exhibitor 15, 56, 32. Alright. That's fine. He wants to blow up one of my ships. Very well. Boom. Poor thing. It was just
We've got
floating
some
in
intel on our
space.
target.
Actual loyalty score is 0. Holy fuck. Okay. Somebody has not been watching their agent's loyalty score.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
The poor little ship. It was just floating in space innocently, doing literally nothing. Literally, actually, unironically nothing.
Policy direction complete.
And one day, the aliens just swing on by and go like, "Hi, I intend to blow you the fuck up." Oh. Okay. It's a bit aggressive, don't you think? Yeah, you really would think, but apparently, the aliens disagree. Got aside liability theory. Nice. Right, electron lens. I am really genuinely tempted to try out some of that stuff. Infrared phaser batteries? I don't think I want infrared anything, thank you very much.
By the numbers.
Target destroyed.
Keep those flamethrowers hot. Good, Russia, you won your war against Kazakhstan. That's an achievement for you. That's genuinely an achievement for them. They've fucked up every other war.
Reeling them in.
I see why he's so disloyal. He's obviously some kind of disgusting femboy thing. Ugh.
At your service.
Disgusting. Absolutely, legitimately repulsive.
Making our case.
Where to?
Time to
We'll
calm the
restore
people
peace
a little
to this
bit.
nation.
Ready for orders.
But I wouldn't mind a peek into the Exodites' plans. Anybody else excited for the Expanse game, by the way?
Ignorance and romanticism, but look, if one good thing comes out of all this mess, it's getting to tell my kids that every spaceship has a tiny star at its heart. Commander Fiona Ayawade, private correspondence.
I mentioned it in the video today. I actually am, because I watched The Expanse the first time, season 1, and I didn't actually like it very much. Gotta admit, I was not really pulled into it. But I watched it again a few years later, and with more seasons, adding additional context, and I really enjoyed it, actually. So now I'm quite intrigued by seeing what they might do with it in a video game form. Plus, it's Owlcat. Owlcat has basically always made good stuff. So I trust them to actually do a pretty good job with this. A pretty good job indeed. Where's the data? Oh god, I do need a lot of things for this, don't I? Magnetic nozzles, I do have everything I need for that. Now, I've got high hopes, especially as attractive woman on the cover. That is rare. That is very rare, especially for a company like Owlcat that has always kind of been a little bit on the pseudo-woke side, you know? I'm excited. Particle beam battery, I might try that out. Stutters for £10. Would you listen to a bit of liquid drum and bass too? It's like a high-energy synth. Also put 10 wherever you care to.
Public opinion
Liquid
is
drum
our
and
direction.
bass.
Public opinion is moving in our direction.
I don't think I've ever even heard of that.
Target secure.
You can have this counselor. She looks like a Stutters to me. Aliens are blowing up the Netherlands. Do I care? Honestly, probably not. Not enough to get more of my space stations blown up, but I definitely will listen to it. Why not? Right, spread out again, little armies. And we've got some alien goop there. Let's
Going in hot.
reduce it.
Reporting in.
Right, you already got a stabilized nation mission there, so
We must persuade the people.
put a
Standing
couple
by.
on you and keeping that calm. Whilst Russia is a little bit upset that it's taking over neighboring countries. Which you wouldn't think that Russia would really need to worry so much about. I mean, they've got a long history of doing this. I figured they'd just be kind of acceptive, but no. No. In fact, they're oddly whingy and whiny
Offering
about
counsel.
it. Man, look at everybody else. Britain is invading Morocco, goddammit. Why would Britain even bother invading Morocco? That's kind of a good question. What is in Morocco that Britain wants? Moroccans? Start garnishing ourselves. So, we did get that new counselor. So, what's the Project Exodus? Alright, resources.
Are cooling off.
They're
Public
doing...
sentiment is increasingly
Holy
with us.
shit, they are doing awfully in ops, aren't they? Jesus.
Our side.
Right, they're over their
Public
mission
sentiment is
control.
increasingly with us.
They've got pretty awful research.
Target destroyed.
They've got okay resource income. Alright. Yep, let's start studying the salamanders so we can fight their shock troopers more effectively. Right. The people who want to fuck off and leave our planet for greener pastures somewhere else, assuming that the aliens who found us once totally won't find us
Reporting in.
again, are doing okay, but not spectacularly. Is there anyone I'd like to shoot? 7 espionage, 6, 7, 10, 13, 23. Ooh. Don't like that. Don't like that at all. Right, I'm sorry, Guts. We're gonna have to fucking shoot your ass. I do apologize. I wouldn't normally do this to you.
Acknowledged.
I wouldn't normally do this to
Ready
you,
for my
but
mission.
that's more espionage than I like being on a guy. That's more than I like. Right. Hard target. And a billionaire too. Damn. Yep. He's getting shot.
Taking them down.
He's getting fucking shot. He is getting fucking shot. I don't like nobody else having high espionage. That means they could potentially assassinate some of my guys, and I do not like or approve of that one any bitty bit. Now, the Exodites are like the true neutral faction, so they don't have an
Lending my
explicit reason
expertise.
to fuck with me, but you never know with the aliens or the AI factions. They sometimes try to fuck with you for the weirdest, dumbest, most pointless reasons, so I don't think he gets to live. Right, how long will it take me? 120 days. Right. We've got heavy fission reactor farms now. $180 days to upgrade the power consumption. Can we be safe that the aliens won't fuck with me for 180 days? Maybe. Awfully big maybe. Right, start with the fission reactor farms. Then we'll upgrade the battle stations. Give that a couple of spins around the Earth to make sure.
The target is down.
Boom! Fuck you, Guts. Phoebe explosion. A massive explosion has been detected on Saturn's moon Phoebe. Scientists around the world are baffled as to why this explosion occurred. While it is assumed to be the work of the mysterious aliens which have appeared in the outer system, there is no human present on Phoebe for them to have attacked. Current leading theory is that the aliens have suffered some kind of industrial accident while constructing a base there. Although this would indicate the power source is extremely volatile.
Order is returning.
We've moved the needle.
Public sentiment is increasingly with us.
Bigger explosives?
Move the needle.
Well, I do like the sound of that as the European Union invades Iraq. That means that there's something out there in space we could use to make a large bomb. The classic human reaction to seeing a big explosion in space.
Ready for orders.
Right, I probably won't fuck with them too much more because... Again, I don't necessarily want to give them a reason to be upset with me. I just want to make sure that they know who the boss is, although I do kind of want to steal that, because that is a very, very good org.
Taking it to them. Ready.
Listen, I'm not against Project Exodus's efforts, alright? I'm not. I'm not at all against their efforts. If they want to leave,
Targeting enemy orders.
I am more than happy to see them leave. I'm just saying that you shouldn't have anything that I think is dangerous whilst you leave, okay? Ah, finally, that nuclear explosion in Vietnam has been dealt with. Ugh, democracy score? No. I'll fight towards extreme value. That's fine. If they wish to fear the alien, let them fear the alien.
Us.
Thank you.
Violence is abating.
A little bit of a
Public
yoink.
opinion is moving in our direction.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
The people will come to our side.
Target secured.
Abductions in Germany. Sigma Laboratories. Should I kill that fucking alien?
Ready for my mission.
Right, Norse. Let's get rid of we can get rid of what? Sapphire Foundation? Get rid of that. And what else? That one. I'd rather have the money and the economy right now. See, if I let the alien just run amok over there, then eventually the aliens are going to start being able to flip the European Union for the servants and for themselves. Which, of course, isn't great. Isn't great by any stretch of the imagination.
Ready. Targeting the key people.
But simultaneously, I'm also in the middle of actually finally preparing my spaceborne assets for being able to fight the aliens. So do I really want to sacrifice more ports to protect the fucking Europeans? Not really, no. I don't think the Europeans are worthy of my aid in this scenario. They're using the traitor to investigate.
Mission is a no-go.
The people will come to us.
After Guts got killed, they're now using the traitor agent to investigate other agents for sign of treason. Brilliant.
Score one for the good guys.
Brilliant. That's what I like to see. Yes. Like, oh no, trust me, boss. This guy's not the traitor. I would know.
Warships politely doing whatever some distant admiral tells them to do. All those worlds quietly minding their own business. It's all a dream, boy. Nothing but a foolish dream.
An email to his 14-year-old nephew.
Personal correspondence.
One day, your uncle, the war criminal, just sends you an email going, listen, the world's fucked, child. Everything's fucked. You're 14 now. You're a man. It's time for you to realize that everything is shit. I mean, he's not wrong. God damn it. More fucking aliens. I hate aliens. I wish they'd stop coming to Earth. That's true. The AI faction do have a built-in bias against the player. Also, that is a bias to whatever faction is the most powerful, and 9 times out of 10, that is the player. The AI double dips, this regardless of ideology. Doom. I know that. They do get a lot more stuff, which, to be fair, I am all for, honestly. I am all for them double dipping. That is fine. That is fine by me. Because, of course, you want them to be good, to be effective. And is that Doom 2016 or Doom 3, by the way? Just tag me in the chat, because we've got 2 Doom funds running right now. If anything, I would like to boost their stuff more, if at all possible. I've already given the AI a... I think it's a 40-point bonus to their mission control, so as to make sure that they actually have some mission control. Because one of the problems that the AI often has is that it will dig itself into a mission control hole from which it cannot recover. It'll go like 50 points over its mission control, and then lose all of its shit being stolen by other factions, who will then steal and steal and steal and steal until they go massively over their mission control cap, and then their shit will be stolen, stolen, stolen. And so all of the factions will just go around in an endless, retarded circle jerk like this, stealing each other's shit and achieving absolutely nothing. So, if anything, I wish the AI could have more stuff. That's right, no to finish Stellar Blade instead. Okay, what I'll do is, Stellar Blade. So, well, we'll definitely do one more stream regardless. But what we might do is, when we do a series that has been funded for 1 episode, which is $250 for any game for 5 hours, roundabouts. 15, that one I need, like yesterday. Then we can do a funding goal in the stream, that if we reach another $200 total throughout the stream, then we do another stream.
We're winning their hearts and minds.
I think that would be a nice way to basically make...
cooling off.
To check what chat wants to watch, and what chat merely thinks it wants to watch. So I will add that to the next one. And Naked Assad, Arch, I want you to type Arch Save Humanity in the Steam Workshop. You might like it, maybe for the next stream. Either way, love your streams. Thank you very much, sir. Officer spawn, very nice. I will check that out. Ferrocite scanner. Right, I need that human thing, that military thing. Independent command, yes, I need that, and I need that like yesterday. Maximum investment. Purge mission success. We're taking over Turkmenistan. I don't know why, but maybe they have oil. Who knows? I think there's oil down here, right? Yeah.
Cleaning things up.
Yeah, I think there's oil down here. That's why we want it. We want the oil. I've always wanted oil. I mean, I'm not really sure we even... I'm not sure we really even need a crackdown mission here. We'll just purge it the good old-fashioned way. make sure you're federalizing that. Is, BLM is starting to act up again, as they tend to fucking do. Ah! Robotics age. Look at that, our armies have got new portraits. Look at that. Yeah. Fucking future tank, bitch. Finally. Finally, we have tankus with double treads. Now, let's check out that mod. Art Save Humanity. Ah, that one. Yeah, you messaged me that one. We've got Lum Lum, the astronaut. That is pretty cool. I like that. I think I'll add that. I got in contact with the dude who made the waifu mod. Got in contact with me. I might send him more of my various cutout things of characters and see if he wants to add in more of the stuff in the game, because that'd be kind of cool. All right, so we've got one group of our ships ready. Before we build anything else, I'm going to go for independent command, because that should piss off the aliens a little bit less when I start getting warships. The people of Turkmenistan love us, sir. Good, good. I want the people of Turkmenistan to love me. Aliens? Is that an alien? Probably an alien, isn't it? Hydra interrogation. Because the Hydra spoken language is so simple and complex factors such as meaning and tone spring primarily from olfactory emissions, it has taken incredible time and patience to divine useful meaning from our captives' multisensory declarations. Every failure is an opportunity to learn, of course. Each unfortunate dead end our question reached only granted greater insight into the alien's strange language. After countless such stumbles, a discourse of sorts has been established.
Colonel, our interrogation has extracted a great deal of information from our captive.
Subject was initially uncooperative. Under pressure, it revealed the following. Under repeated beatings... 1. The Hydra came here to enslave the inhabitants of Earth and press them into service as battle thralls. In other words, slave soldiers. They have already enslaved at least 2 other species in this way, which we named the Salamanders and the Griffins. The Hydras arrived in our solar system less than 1 year before first contact via a discontinuity in space-time, more commonly known as a wormhole. Our end of the wormhole is situated in the main alien base in the Kuiper Belt. The other end is another solar system controlled by the Hydra. The wormhole requires an enormous amount of energy to create and maintain, and can only admit a relatively small quantity of mass over a designated period. This places sharp limits on the quantity of personnel and technology our invaders can bring with them. Due to point 3, the Hydra invasion force is relatively small. The subject estimated there are no more than 500 Hydras currently present in the solar system. Their slaves outnumber them many times over, and an entire space fleet was constructed here. 5. The Hydras appear extremely unified in viewpoint and outlook. The subject, along with all other Hydras in our system, identify as a member of the Defense Consensus. They are fully committed to the enslavement of all our species, and there is no dissident Hydra factions. There is of course always the possibility that the subject is lying, but all evidence suggests that peaceful relations are impossible. Ultimately, there are only 2 likely outcomes. They enslave us, or we kill them. I don't mind. Oh, I don't mind. I don't mind at all. If anything, that makes it easier. We don't need to worry about nonsensical negotiations or anything. We don't have to worry about... Oh, but maybe there's a good Hydra out there. Nope. All of them are evil. All of them are to be genocided. Nice and simple. I see only advantages with this situation. Only advantages. All right, Bailey. I'll continue taking care of these smaller states so we can incorporate... Oh, shit. Oh, shit. I should have checked that first, shouldn't I? Alright, global ambition it is then. I'm over my command cap limit. Upsetting. Upsetting indeed. Tremendously upsetting. I'm gonna increase your security a little bit. Now, on the topic of the AI focusing on the player, by the way, I do have a mod installed that removes AI jealousy, because I have always fucking hated the idea of AI jealousy of larger human empires. Always. It's such a ridiculous thing. Like, it's been in Rome, like, countless games do this, and it's basically just a mechanic to fuck with the human player. That's all it is. Which is why in Rome 2, if you rock up to the border of a tiny little nation, you, as Rome, an empire stretching half the map, you border a one-province barbarian nation, and they go, I hate you! War! What? Who are you? Why? Whereas in any normal circumstance, if a nation that could squash you like a bug saddles up next to you, your reaction is, Massa? Massa, please, can I shine your shoes? That is the natural reaction to such a thing. Same thing here. Now, for ideologies that are radically opposed to your ideology, of course, that makes sense. It makes complete sense for the servants to actively target humanity first. Obviously, they are, directly opposed to one another. Entirely plausible. Makes complete sense. But for the resistance to go like, okay, I know we're not doing too well. I know the aliens are screwing us over everywhere. But I think it's best if we focus on the faction fighting alongside us against the aliens, rather than the aliens or their servants.
True innovation does not occur by forcing others to accept our opinions. It occurs when we combine multiple ideas to create something new. Something better.
I don't know if I take your word for that, you Judith. I know who you are, Judith. You're a bitch and a liar. Oh. The European Union really needs to start worrying about its xenoflora. Kind of growing a little bit out of control there. I really shouldn't continue with, increasing my control cap whilst I can't actually support the control cap I have. That is actually stupid, but such is my actions. And again, the sole reason why a mechanic like that exists is to fuck with the player. It is to make things more difficult for the player. And obviously, there's a degree of sense in that you don't want the player to have it too easy. That's the argument. Like, okay, if we just let the player do whatever, then the player would just win super easy and he'd grow uninterested, right? There is an argument to be made for that. But the best way you do this is by allowing the AI to cheat in ways that don't feel cheap. Basically, very few people have any problems with the AI receiving things like extra resources, for example. Because that does not come at the expense of the player. That is simply just something that the AI gets to make up for what we know to be the obvious weaknesses that the AI has, right? Simple enough. But when you start making the AI deliberately target the player for no other reason than because they are the player, that feels cheap. That feels forced. And it makes you annoyed at the game because it makes you feel like you are being specifically targeted for no other reason than because you're you. And no matter how much logic you bring into that, oh, but it's just a computer, etc., you don't get over that innate sensation of this is unfair. Why? Uzbekistan will come around to my point of view. Don't fear. Right, so we've calmed down the Indians again. Good. Government favors. Oh, god damn it. On behalf of Afghanistan? Does Afghanistan even have a government with which to force me to do something? Really? Right, fine. Agree to carry out an operation for Afghanistan, I guess. Listen, Reverend Norse. I know you are employed by a huge secret organization that owns 2/3 of the globe right now, but Kabul needs your services. The sheer fucking balls. The sheer fucking balls of making that request. Jesus. It's impressive. Alright, you need to go just, you know, quick quell on the BLM riots again. Actually, 0.3, that's nothing to worry about. Just make sure we fortify that area for another 131 days so we can get into a federation with Russia. Well, India isn't nuked because it's mine now. I own it. It's my property. I can use it to nuke other people now. In fact, I'm kind of tempted to go to war with Pakistan. But, I mean, they could nuke me twice, which would be a little upsetting. I don't want to get nuked twice. I was already nuked once in Vietnam. I was just... You know, I was just checking things out in Vietnam, and then suddenly I got nuked for no reason. That was kind of annoying. Reverend Norse, if Kabul calls, the Reverend shall answer. Well, there you go. And it's calming down again. Lovely. Right, I've probably waited enough time now for those generators to get a decent head start, so I can start thinking about building battle stations around Mars. Chokehold station.
Okay, let's track them through these procedures. Sorry, now we got the hacking back near me.
Right. Do I want to upgrade all of them at once? God. That is expensive, isn't it? And it takes forever, too. 326 mother humping days. And requires boost. Wait, why does it require a boost? Oh, my construction station was on the other thing, wasn't it? Fuck. Probably was. God damn it. Construction thing. Under 80 days. Ugh. Alright. Yeah, I can build the other things faster. Why? Ah, base minerals. That's why. Don't have enough base minerals. 219, that was it. Right, a little bit of a fleet. Oh, right, because I'm building ships. Oof, I have a lot less base minerals than I thought I did. Fuck. Fuck indeed. Fucking fuckity fuck fucking fuck fucker. Alright, let's begin merging our fleets together. And Arch 25, I think it's time we try and take over some more base mineral production. Looks like we're gonna need it. Alright, so the highest one we can get on Mars is 41.5. Owned by the Initiative, okay. What about Mercury? The highest one we can get is 67.6. Okay. I'd rather get it on Mercury then, but... But I don't have any presence, military presence there, so... We'll take Tarsis, Montez, Frederick Passy Base. Prepare the assault crews. Daddy needs more base minerals. Continue the charm offensive. Make sure that everyone I know around here knows what a swell guy I am. We should do a little scan around here soon, too. And what else is up? Right, more base metals. Right, that's one decent little defense fleet. Frederick base captured by the Archtopian space program. That's a bad name for a base. I don't like it. Bussy base. Much better name for a base. Right, Bussy base. We did break a bunch of stuff here. Nano factories? Do I want nano factories? I don't know if I desire nano factories. You didn't build any goddamn power, did you, you lazy shits? Fucking little bastards. And instead, you build level 1 defensive arrays. Great. I didn't even build a farm. Fuck. Right, so long as I can get it up and running, at least. Let's make sure we get that up, and... global ambition wouldn't be a terrible idea. Bussy base, I said. Material science research. Material research, life science research, information science research. Base science, xenoscience. Where's my damn... Energy research. Do I need command? Operation center wouldn't be a terrible idea. Yeah, a couple of those. And I need to save for more base materials. Hello, Naho Testarosi. And chat, hi. I see you too. There's some panels with Stellars as well. Arch explained earlier in the stream that a capital ship's spinal mounted weapons are GOAT. I mean, that is true. Is that a... I have not played with Stellaris for too long.
Shares is mere sentiment. But here we are, using our nuclear bombs to explore the far reaches of space rather than doom our own home.
I do need to play Stellaris again in the not too distant future. Because he's gotten so many upgrades now that it's well, it's not even probably. It is a brand new fucking video game, and I'd like to see if it's, well, fun again. Alright, mission to Jupiter. Let's get that going. Complete success. We've wiped out all the filthy, dirty little aliens, sir. $219 per month isn't terrible, but yeah, we definitely do need more. Definitely do need a lot more. Alright, good girl, Bailey. Keep blowing up the alien goop wherever you find it. Right, that should be nice and ready for integration soon. Integration into the great Russian state. Mission control, 145. Yeah, we'll keep that at max. That way, Russia will at least do something useful. Both the Russian and the Indian economies were completely fucking violated when I took them over. The fact that they're beginning to become slightly less god-awful is quite nice. They're almost starting to become worth taking over in the first place. Almost. Not quite there yet, but it's approaching. It's approaching an actually fucking, well, economic gain rather than a mass loss. Impose sanctions? No. We need as many economic things as possible on Earth, because I might own all of Earth one day. All military, yes. Chokehold station. Colony mining complex, research university. I mean, that would be nice. It would be very nice if I could get something that gave me more base metals, but I think I've already researched the one that gives me more base metals, unfortunately. Yeah, colony mining complex. I'm gonna need that one day anyways. Fleet hub, contractor he's meant to be because of fleet hub, 25% mission. Without alien retaliation. Well, yes, I would like for the aliens to not come fuck with me, please. That sounds brilliant. Unexpected death. One of my most prominent sports in India has suddenly passed away. They were a great contributor to the country, and their passing will surely be mourned. Unfortunately, the timing is bad news for our cause. Their political opponents supporting the academy did not even wait for the funeral before moving in to fill the vacuum. Shame them. Shame them now. By the way, okay, I'm a little bit annoyed that Israel and America, largely, join its attack on Switzerland. No, Germany. I expect you to be able to deal with Switzerland on your own.
Fire is the answer.
See, Iran. Iran. What is the problem with it? Iran is just a dumb little nation, okay, that does dumb little nation things. It's been working on a nuclear bomb for like 60 years now. Despite the fact that you can pretty much look up the recipe for a nuclear bomb on fucking Google if you so desire. It ain't that hard. At this point, I'm pretty sure that they're using the whole, oh, we're building a nuke America, you better be careful, more as a, please give us more foreign aid, rather than as a genuine actual threat of anything at this point. I think they're just using it to extort to the West for money, in essence. And we don't really need to fucking bother with them. The quality of life in Iran is plummeting so rapidly and so consistently that even the Muslim people are starting to look at how much worse it is now under the mullahs than how it was underneath literally everybody else, under the, in essence, Western regime. If we'd simply leave them alone for a while longer, they'd probably just revolt. I mean, they've already revolted quite a few times. But they finally realized they had a traitor in their ranks. Good job. But the moment the great Satan starts bombing them, then they start getting uppity again. Then they start behaving like the
When I was a kid,
Canadians.
the threat of nuclear Armageddon was on every front page, every day. So forgive me if I get just a tiny bit anxious when you tell me that our best hope of sailing the stars is staging nuclear explosions inside our spacecraft.
Listen, nuclear explosions are probably literally one of the best ways to travel through the stars, so get over it. Titanic spacecraft, we don't need that. Inertial containment fusion next up. If anything, America would be better off if they started basically investing in funding the rebel organizations in Iran. Destabilize Iran. You know, start funding their terrorists. Now, granted, America has funded terrorists in the Middle East before, and that has come back to bite them. It is true. Mr. Personality, Spicy Curry Fund. Thank you. I shall add that to it. There we go. So I'm not saying that this is a plan that couldn't conceivably backfire in some way. It could. There are well-known risks of funding Middle Eastern terrorist organizations, I do admit. But it's Iran. It's so close to collapsing already. All it needs is a couple little pushes. But the moment you start screwing with them, the moment you start bombing them and do all of this nonsense, then again they start behaving like the Americans, when they view the threat of the great Satan as being a greater danger to their day-to-day life than the day-to-day danger that has been fucking them for every day of the last 20 years.
Forget that the true power in any kingdom is not the man on the throne, but instead those who quietly stand at his shoulders. Commander
Right.
Fiona Iowa.
Send the probes. Dispatch the probes. But people love me. Basically, America should view the world as if they're playing Terra Invicta, not like they're playing Hearts of Iron. That's an important difference. A very important difference. Poseidon Lantern? Well, it's expensive. It might even be good. Who knows? More Terra Invicta, less Hearts of Iron. That's what US foreign policy needs to become. Turkmenistan is getting ready to join the Russian Federation. Good, good. Alright, so we've really got to start blowing up more shit in Brazil. Brazil is a potential future decent economy, so I'd rather they don't ruin their entire nation with fucking xenofauna running all over the place, and yet they seem determined to do just that. Rest value of 5. Perfect. Switzerland has fallen. After many years of independence, the Swiss are no more. It's a little bit tragic, almost. Once I get that thing, I should actually probably seize more stations. Aha, 15%. Lovely. Now, what was that thing about not letting the aliens know that I was building up shit? Strategic deception. Ah, Maskarovka. I like that. I like the idea of a little bit of Maskarovka. No, 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 aliens. This isn't a space base. This is, fuck. What other possible reasons would we have for building ginormous mining complexes in space, other than mining? We're gonna have a hard time covering that up, aren't we? Well, we don't know that there's any Hydra females, so maybe they are an advanced species that realized, as we have done far too late, that women cause nothing but problems. And so we've started colonies where we're gonna export the women into space, where they will no longer be able to ruin our civilization. Yes. Spaceborne female farms. That's what they are. Spaceborne female farms. That makes a lot more sense. Fucking aliens popping into India again. I don't want to kill it, but I'm starting to think I might have to. Alright, Chokai Station.
22, thank you.
We'll have 2 battle stations in 120 days. At which point, you really should think that Mars would be pretty safe. 3 battle stations, or 4 battle stations eventually, plus a fleet guarding it. Fucking filthy alien. Axiom setup, what future DLC for this? New alien invader mode? Well, we don't know much about any DLC plans yet. Our first space berth, yay. In fact, I don't think they've mentioned anything about any DLC plans at all, as surprisingly enough, they're planning on finishing the video game before selling DLC, which is a strange and unusual thing to do in this current day of ours, but apparently these are unusual people. I would hope, I want different start dates. I want to be able to start in, like, the Cold War, like 1980s or something. That could be fun. Like, more focus on human-on-human warfare, maybe, early on, could be interesting. An expansion on the combat system would definitely be welcome. Different aliens, so that it's like randomized what aliens you'll run into. That could be a lot of cool. That could be really, really fun. So that you might even need to like adapt your strategy to different threats. That could be cool. I don't know what else. Honestly, they've added so many mechanics in the base game that I'm a little bit of a loss to start thinking of what else they could add. Some quality of life DLC, like easier ways to automate counselors, for example. As there is a little bit of counselor automation at the moment, but I would very much so like to be able to have a counselor and basically say, okay, your job is whenever unrest in a nation reaches 2 points, is to go to that nation, whatever else you're currently doing, and reduce the unrest in that nation. That would be really handy. That would be incredibly handy. Maybe more game customization in terms of difficulty, you know? Maybe more types of ships. What else? Maybe like a longer build-up. I would like to see expansions that focus on maybe new human factions. That could be interesting. Story pack DLC? I wouldn't mind story pack DLC. Maybe some kind of almost focus tree level thing, where if you take over America, you get like a story pack that you can go down to unlock special things. We've got ships at JD standard. There's definitely like iterations they can do, but they've already added so much to the game that it's almost a little hard to think of what else they could add easily. And what would actually be, you know, additive to the game rather than simply just being iterative, like, you know, revolution stuff. Alright, I think it's time to start taking away some more of my enemies' things. Since I've got Maskarovka up now, I might be able to get away with taking a few more little things without pissing off the aliens too much. I hope. Chartra's base captured by the Archtupian space program. Lovely. Right, have you run this one as shit as you did the previous ones? Yes, of course you have. God, the AI is bad at building bases. Alright, first and foremost, we're going to need power. We don't need the skunk works, we've already got ass loads of skunk works. Space tech would not be a terrible idea. Yes. Space science research would be quite lovely. Let's get a bunch of those up. And a farm, obviously. Let's replace the skunk works. Really don't need it. And a heavy fission reactor, just to make sure we have enough power. Yes. And I'll hold off on the colony cores for now. Ooh, operational misdirection. Oh, fuck yeah. If I can build up more stuff before I get invaded, I'll do that. Sounds great. Uh-oh. Well, I've pissed off somebody. It's probably because I took over something that belonged to the servants. And so now the aliens are like, those are our friends now. Probably. Probably. Well, it's not like It's not like it's anything unusual to have the aliens upset with me, so maybe we double down on the aliens being upset. Yes, maybe. You're actually not a survivor or a hard target, so we're just gonna target you straight up. Global ambition almost done. Good. Alright, let's get a federation going. You've successfully calmed down India. Good job. Well, I've got defenses around Mercury, so I'm not too worried about that. They can still blow up some of my habs and stuff like that, but that's fine, relatively speaking. Boom. Alright, that really pissed them off. Yeah, they didn't like that. And there we go. Oh boy. Oh wait, no, I wasn't building. I wasn't building things, was I? I was building things. First of May. When was the alien fleet arriving? I forgot about that. That is a terrible mistake. Low Mars orbit. 13th of March. Yeah, that's too much for me to stop, isn't it? Almost certainly. What's the fleet around? I mean, fuck. Yeah. I'll do my first cheat and reload that one. I just have to allow that alien to run roughshod around India for another 2 or 3 months. I don't think I can jail them anymore. Because I tried, and it said I couldn't. I think you can only keep one jailed. I think in the past you could jail multiple aliens. I will try, though, just to test that out, because that would be a much better solution, yes. Because in the past, what you would do is you would just jail the aliens to add them to, like, your interrogation pool instead. And that was a way to get rid of alien agents without worrying about pissing off the aliens. So presumably the developers yet again decided, no, you can't do that. That would make the game way too easy if there aren't crushing consequences for each and every one of your actions. But I will try, why not? Why not? 54% chance? Not amazing, but good enough. What's your chance of investigating this one? Basically nothing. Yeah, figured. Gotta get those battle stations up. Once the battle stations are up with all of the extra guarding fleets, hopefully I've got a chance to resist their fleet. Maybe, possibly. Oh, you can do more now. Good call, Adoman. Good call. I take back what I said. Either you on kick only one jail? Well, it seems like I have more now, and I'm very happy about that. Oh, it still pissed them off, but they didn't send a fleet to Mars, so I guess it didn't piss them off as much. Because they're still at 4 pissed off. So long as they leave Mars alone, I guess that's fine. Alright, upgrade that last battle station. And then hopefully Mars should actually finally be protected in about 4 months' time. That would be nice. That would be very nice. Monsters are still ravaging. assign one more of the... Actually, 2 more. Assign 2 more US armies to go hunt Xenoflora. I'll keep them busy. Right, I should be able to federate. That shouldn't be a problem. Get them in the Federation so we can eventually absorb them, like the silly little nations they are. Breakthrough! Scientists working at a laboratory in the Pan-Asian Combine have made an unexpected breakthrough. Military potential. Let's have an increase in GDP, I don't mind that. Training and education programs. Public opinion boost. Well, China isn't really a military nation, it's an economy nation for me. But it's also, of course, a research nation. It's a big research nation. Economy is also massive, though. Education programs, let's get the research flowing harder and harder. The more research we get, the bigger guns we can fire against the filthy, dirty, illegal aliens. Germany is asking America to invade Mozambique. No, Germany. No. Seriously. No. And we're definitely not federating with the Pan-Asian Union, no. I don't know what it is with Europe and Africa, but they seem really annoyed with it, and they're constantly invading Africa in this game. So one of the reasons, by the way, why Africa is not a good place to invest in, so Africa, in theory, should be an amazing place for general investment, because Africa is ridiculously rich in natural resources. However, the reason why you don't want to invest resources in Africa is because, just like in real life, it is incredibly volatile. Most countries in Africa are trending upwards in terms of instability and insurgency almost non-stop. And stabilizing an African nation is a lot of effort. It's a lot of work. And you need to first conquer it, then you need to stabilize it, then you need to build it up, and then you need to get the various missions that allow you to take over other parts of Africa. Because you can actually build basically mega nations in Africa. Like, I think it's Ethiopia or something that has a claim on, like, the entirety of southern Africa. Which, if you build that, it is a very, very powerful nation.
I don't care if there are 2 ways or 200 ways to filter deuterium from seawater. Just tell me which one's cheapest and which one won't get us sued again.
But it takes so unbelievably long. It takes so unbelievably fucking long that it's just not worth it in the long run. And that's kind of where Africa is in real life as well. Yes, we could stabilize Africa, but by God, it would take us millennia. And we're not entirely sure we'd manage it, even if we did take the time required. Good Americans. More coom is spreading through China. I don't like coom in China. Burn it. Burn it now. Prevent the spread of further coom. Oh, you don't have a job. Oh. That's right, I remember now. I was going to declare war on Greenland. Right. Let's get a few armies together so we can declare war on Greenland. I've never been a fan of the Greenlandic people. Largely because Greenland should of course have been Norwegian. It is our rightful clay. And I shall use America to make it our rightful clay again. Oh, damn, he went to drown, did he? Bastard. No, so playing in Africa is the game on hard then? Yes. It will take you way longer to do anything in Africa. It takes forever. It can be done, but it is a pain in the behind. Especially as bear you in mind as well, whilst playing in Africa, you're also going to have access to a lot less research because you're not going to have the big research nations like China and America. Which means it's going to take much longer to research the research things, the the Nubian awakening, for example, that gives you control over larger portions of Africa. So, yeah, it sucks. It really, really sucks being in Africa. There are minuses on abduction missions. That will actually be great. Fucking abduction missions are awful. I've mentioned this previously, but in case you're unaware, the reason why the abduction missions are such absolute, utter terrible things, and why you need to be killing the aliens whenever you have the option to do so, is because every time they do an abduction mission, they gain a bonus to their ability to take over control points in your nation. And when the aliens take over control points, they do so immediately. They use a different mechanic than you. So normally, the player needs to crack a area, crack down, and then a purge mission. And you can defend against that using defend interest. The aliens don't care. The aliens have a different metric. Each time they abduct someone, they get a plus to that chance of success. Once they get enough, they can pretty much just take any region on Earth immediately and reliably and constantly, which is awful. Unbelievably awful. So you really don't want to let them just run around claiming shit if you can at all prevent it. Alright. Fortifications on Chokehold Station is beginning to become completed. But of course, you've got to balance the need of doing that with the other obvious need of not allowing the aliens to destroy all of your shit, which they will do. If you blow up one of their bases, they're going to get upset with you, and they're going to blow up some of your stuff. Right, it is time for America to declare war on Greenland. Because Greenland fucking deserves it. That's why. Speaking of, I should have, right, security 18. That's very good. Let's make sure you've got the maximum level espionage, because you've got the CIA. And that's what security as well. How about you? You've got quite a bit now. How, 64 points and you get wealthy. I think it's better to start increasing your administration again. so that I can see if I can unequip some of these orgs. I can. Lovely. Sell that one. Ornax strategies, +2 influence, +2 unity. I will take that. More free unity investment is always good. You, let's see, are we moving towards rich? We are. Nice, okay, we're halfway towards rich. We're gonna save for rich then. I like rich. You, more security, because you're gonna be sitting on your ass stationary pretty much the entire time. You have got most things leveled up now, but a couple more points in security, just to make sure. Ah, Mossad! I do like Mossad. I do like seeing Mossad there. And you... Well, your primary duty is still supposed to be science, but more and more I'm just using you to destroy xenofauna, so a couple points in command is not going to be the worst thing. You could, so you could do an Africa challenge run? You could! You could do an Africa challenge run. It would be awful, but you could do an Africa challenge run. And eventually you would have a pretty goddamn good nation. But boy, it would be very awful. It would be incredibly awful. And the early game, oh my Jesus. It would take a long fucking time. Declare war on the filthy scum of Greenland. Go, my armies. Leave none alive. Ah! The Brits finally conquered Ireland. Rule by decree will, at some limits, dictate and bring about rapid policy change. Now that the various factions within Russia are subdued and the people are stoked with patriotic fervor, a powerful leader could set a new course with a rousing speech and a ruthless secret police department. Ah, Russia. My people, under my wise leadership, Russia has become strong. Now is the time to take this strength and focus it towards our grand destiny. Alright. Alright. Russia. Well, space is probably the best thing. Yeah, well, we'll do space. Because we're already focusing max on mission control. Russia is going to be a mission control hub of the world. Making sure that we can control our countless interests in space. The only place free of capitalism. Space! Red Alert 3 is a severely underappreciated gem, by the way. In case you didn't realize. It is a genuinely good game. It is, like, man. The problem was, of course, that, you know, it was released during a period where we had too many good games, and so it wasn't really able to, how do I put it, establish itself. You know, it was merely a good video game in a period where we already had loads of good video games, and people's expectations were really, really high, so most people just kind of shrugged and went like, yeah, I mean, it's okay, but we were expecting classic. We were expecting Red Alert 2 level, you know? And it wasn't Red Alert 2 level. It was not Red Alert 2 level. It was good, definitely, but it wasn't Red Alert 2. God, we were so spoiled back then. We expected everything to be absolutely incredible and to blow our minds. Ah, we were spoiled. So spoiled. So terribly spoiled. Lithium spray radiator. That actually looks like it could actually be somewhat useful. Let me research that. No, community policing drones. Yes. In the war between the urban youth and the drones, a new step has been taken today with the urban police droid. Equipped with gentle stunning devices and battens, it has been programmed to be able to near flawlessly repeat the behavioral patterns of the average American police officer. But fear not, female police officer software have not been installed on the majority of the drones. So whilst it may deploy its tasers, it's not gonna do it in the woman way. I will never get... one of the best pieces of police meme I have ever seen is the taser of the female police officer who, screaming this, taser, pulls out her gun and shoots a man like 3 times, point blank range. And never once does she halt to question, why does my taser sound like bang, bang, bang? My taser isn't supposed to sound like that. Why is my taser so heavy? Why is it grip patterned differently than usual? Where is the tasing noises? It shouldn't be funny because she killed the dude, but it is funny because, man, it is such a female moment. What are you doing? You are calming down the Chinese. Well, you're gonna have to take a break of calming down the Chinese to go calm down the Browns again. For some reason, the Browns are awfully uppity. Environmental degradation, I do hate those, right? Pay as much as we can. Right, America's environmental is 5.41 now, which is very good. China's beginning to pick up as well. Russia is still awful. India's catching up, but Russia is fucking terrible. Absolutely awful. All right, keep disarming your warheads. And disarm all of Russia's warheads. Oh, Germany is joining in. Oh, nice. Are we going to get the Hun speech from Germany as they dispatch their troops to Greenland? We will carve the name Germany into the heart of every Greenlander. Adoman, glad Kibbs got you into Red Alert 3. And it would be fun to do a co-op with Lum Lum in Red Alert 3. Lum Lum? You think Lum Lum can play video games? I don't know about that. Have I been keeping ships out of fleets? I have. I really should put you in one fleet. Right. We need some more Vikings around Mercury. Here's the Mercury buildings. There they are, JD Standard. Slap up 3 of those around Mercury. The alien heat has not died down yet. I'm trying to not do anything provocative for a bit, to hopefully allow them to chillax. Alright, Chokehold Station has been fully fortified. Excellent. Excellent. Red Alert 3, the good old days, says Chaplain Weird Dream on Kick. Yes, the good old days indeed. And now Command & Conquer is nowhere to be seen. Absolutely nowhere to be seen. The closest thing you get to Command & Conquer these days is Mobile games. Literally, not even kidding. The closest thing you get to Command & Conquer now is fucking mobile games. You know, some Vikings would not be a terrible thing around Earth either, actually. I can start taking over other people's space stations. Clemens Herzog, it's time for you to find somebody else for me to infiltrate. Immunity policing drone. Yeah. Let's see you tip this one over, boy. Deploys fucking miniguns from underneath it that whirls and spins up. Oh. That reminds me, did you know that drones hate black people? It's a proven fact that drones and machines in general hate blacks. Not for the usual reasons, mind you, but because they can't see them. This was described in a hilarious article, I remember years ago, where it was titled, "Is the Tesla self-driving car racist?" I mean, I'm sure it is somehow. The reason why the Tesla self-driving car was racist, you see, is because black does not reflect as much light as white does. And so obviously, as far as sensors are concerned, sensors designed to, you know, observe light, a black person was more difficult to spot whilst crossing the street than a white guy. And since the Tesla engineers recognized this, they were like, okay, how do we fix this? And the media at the time, of course, were like, aha! The car's racist. And I mean, technically speaking, yes. Technically speaking, the car wishes to drive over a black guy more than a white guy. Now, I feel like we are attributing a great deal of intent to the Tesla at that point, but again, technically speaking, yes. Oh god, South fucking America is full of alien cum. Jesus, we gotta pump some of that out. Normally, it's Africa that is overflowing with alien cum, but this time it's South America for some reason. Loyalty score is 22, right. Well, even local Birdbrain is gonna have a hard time convincing him to betray his friends, I'm afraid. Unfortunately. European Union has defeated Mozambique in a ferocious but short war. $1,500 base? Right. It might be time to start building some more warships. The poor Brazilians have suffered enough. We need to try and get rid of some of the xenoflora. Right, focusing on Mars first. Right, Mars 1. On Mars 1, we've got 2 Gungnir. Now 3 Gungnir and a Jarl. Okay. 3 Gungnir and a Jarl. We need some North Seas then. Get to work. Alright, local bird brain, what are your odds? 14%. Yeah, we're probably better off finding somebody slightly less convinced of the correctness of their faction's fate. Somebody a little bit easier to influence would be lovely. Just a tiny bit. Estimated loyalty score of 0. Well, I like the sound of that. Wait. It's not that motherfucker from the academy, is it?
The master most despised is the one who stands over us, whip in hand. But no, it is the unseen and distant master, issuing his uncaring edicts from afar, whom we most yearn to overthrow, Commissioner.
You know, that is actually sort of kind of true, yes. There are very few slave revolts against immediate masters, but there are very many revolts against distant overlords. Like what happened in the Americas, for example, when the colonials got uppity. White collar optimization, I need that now. I need economy helping me out. I need more money. I mean, I've got an income of 1.5k, which sounds like a lot, but trust me. When you really start building navies, oh boy. Oh boy. Navies are expensive. Alright, it looks like the aliens are just permanently pissed with me now. Probably because I've built too much stuff. Mercury one. No. Viking. Right, well, if the aliens are getting pissy, then it's time to just start building. As once they're properly upset, they won't stop until they've basically wiped you from fucking space. So we're about as ready to fight the fuckers as we're going to be, I imagine. Plus, I need to start getting ready for the aliens to actually invade Earth, which they're probably planning on soon. Quality score is 0. Brilliant. That sounds like an in then. Local bird brain will be able to capture another double agent, as I still have a double agent in the servants. I don't even know how anymore. Yes, yes, Britain. Destroy the Browns. Do it. Do it now. The British lion has reawoken. E1 and another Viking. Earth. Good, good. Now we can start taking over stuff in Earth orbit as well. Do need more orbitals around Earth. More orbitals. More things to fortify. More big things. I'm continuing to fail with them, and the human allies, we should be cautious. Yes, the aliens are getting pissy. Aliens are getting pissy. Do a scan of the regions, so we try to clear out a little bit. Azerbaijan. Alright, are we at the point where we can federate? And we unify these little nations now. 12th of September. Yes, we are very, very close. Very, very close. Excellent. Are the Browns getting uppity again? No? BLM? BLM is calming down, but the Chinese are a bit upset. I thought I'd saved up enough base materials to, you know, build an initial fleet. I was wrong. I was very much so wrong. Do I want to try and seize more bases to speed that up? It would piss off the aliens even more. Upset the aliens or build ships faster? Difficult choice. Difficult choice indeed. Well, Mercury would be the best for base minerals at this point. Let's see. Somebody not aligned with the aliens that wouldn't piss them off if I stole their shit. The Academy is a potential victim. Susei Planitia. Jane Addams base. I think we're taking Jane Addams base from the Academy. There's a good chance they are not directly aligned with the aliens, which means that they will not be overly pissed off if I take their stuff. Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan. Do I need Tajikistan? I do need Tajikistan as well. God. But I don't have a claim on Afghanistan, some fucking how. You really think I would? I'm surely Russia would be like, yes, that's ours. I feel like Russia itself would think that, yes, that's ours. Come on, it's Afghanistan. You've invaded that before. That's sovereign Russian clay, right? The problem with Russia is that it's not ambitious enough. Yes, that's the problem. I upgrade that immediately. Outpost mining complex. Can I? Why can't I? Ah, because it's little one ones. Okay, I need to build the other one first. Fine, we'll build the little one. Good job. I'll give me a bit more base income. Civilian complex. Yes, civilians belong in space, where they can make the bureaucracy grow larger. Turkmenistan has finally decided to rejoin the Soviet Union. Oh. Iran has declared war on Afghanistan and Russia. Why would you do this to me? Why would you do this, Iran? Why would you do this? Why would you do this? I don't want to fight you, because if I fight you, I'm gonna have to nuke you. And I don't want to nuke you, and I don't want you to nuke me either. Well, this is annoying. Protectorate. Really? The Protectorate of all people. I mean, if you want Afghanistan, I'm willing to let you have Afghanistan. I have no particular attachment to Afghanistan. If you want it, you can have it. It's fine. Seriously, if you want to spend God only knows how many decades trying to, deal with the Afghans, none of my business, sir. None of my business. None of my business whatsoever. Really? Really? Yeah, invade that. Invade that. Don't invade that. God damn it. Listen, we must be able to come to some sort of accord on this. I should probably have unallied myself with Afghanistan. There. See? I don't want to fight you for Afghanistan. If you want Afghanistan, you are free to have it. It's okay. It's totally alright. Nobody's gonna stop you. If anything, it's just you're gonna be shooting yourself in the foot for the next few millennia. I don't have a problem with that. Alright, right, sure we don't send anybody around that region for the time being. I might be able to get peace with them now, though. I forgot to turn that counselor, didn't I? Yes. Yes, I think I did. God damn it. Alright, so we're not gonna keep any counselors around there because I fear that they might get nuked if I keep them around there, so we're going to relocate. Fusion reactor farm, nice. Getting away from using fusion to fission would be nice too.
Yes, it's true that this technology could be a godsend, but from Nobel to Oppenheimer, history teaches us that unchecked human instinct will cause even the most well-intended concept to go disastrously awry.
I disagree. Nobel, who invented the dynamite, of course, did nothing wrong. The dynamite has been near universally a positive thing, and its, frankly, minuscule impact on warfare in comparison to all of the good that it has done is incomparable. Nobel did nothing wrong. Singleton virus, targeted biological warfare. Yes, I like the sound of that. And Oppenheimer either. Like, listen, nuclear weapons brought about... Fuck more aliens. Nuclear weapons brought about an unrivaled period of peace to the Earth. It really did. The only reason why the Soviet Union didn't immediately declare war on America after we all finished with the Second World War was because of the fear of nuclear weapons. Mutual annihilation has been the greatest force for peace in human history. Because nobody's going to go to war if they think they're going to get their fucking asses destroyed. Simple as. Dean's been over for 14 months. You're telling me that you don't want a place called the Graveyard of Empires? I don't. And Dean's give 20 ArchCast memberships. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. 20 membership, that's a lot. You know what? Dean's gets to be my best counselor. Dean's McNally, the alien killer. Now please. Oh, come on. Why not? Why will you not have peace? Sigh. 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 Listen, Iran. I don't want to fight you. Surely you don't want to fight me either. Well, I'm just gonna let them grind their armies to dust over there for a while. I very much so doubt they'll achieve anything, so... You know, they'll do their thing. Ah, settlement mining place, of course, of course. Solar arrays. Let me not use any more base materials around here, actually. Let's see, what do I... so... Arth Urch is the Jarl. 5 North Seas and 3 Gungnir. That's pretty good. So, let's get one more North Sea for Earth. And 2 more Gunganirs. And I think Earth Fleet is done. Then I can worry about getting the other fleets up to scratch. Why are you fighting me? The worst part is, I don't think they've even actually got the, you know, they don't. They don't actually have the requisite offensive force to take these regions. So all they're going to do is scratch the paintwork for a while, and then eventually run out of stuff and die. And that's all. I should probably neutralize Iran. Yes, I should probably neutralize Iran. Do I have any more can cause unrest? Clemens. Ugh, 2%. Right, okay. Not great. Fuck it, we can do it the old-fashioned way. I feel like this is a little bit of a waste of my time, honestly, because Iran is not a particularly valuable piece of land. It really, 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 really is not. I don't want Iran. It is a backward little silly country that I have precious little use for. But it has 2 nukes, it's currently messing with me, and it is a potential landing site for the aliens. So it's probably better if I just deal with it now rather than later. We shall initiate Operation Cuck the Lion. Because I believe the lion is the national animal of Iran or something. So, Cuck the Lion. 7 Z-pinch fusion reactors. We are now getting into the next level of tech when it comes to, well, everything. Engines, generators, all of it. The next big thing. More Godzillas in Brazil. Oh well, at this point the Brazilians are probably getting used to it. In the jungle, the mighty jungle, the lion is getting cucked tonight. I would not be surprised if there is unironic cuckolding porn of the Lion King. Apropos of nothing in particular, but I would not be surprised. In fact, I would be outright fucking shocked if it didn't exist. Utterly shocked, bewildered, in fact. as due to a slight deviation on an ArchCast at one point, I do know that there's Lion King inflation porn, for example. Who's doing this? Somebody's messing with China. Please don't. Chinese are mine. Do not rile them up, please. Got loads in that now, so we can actually probably start decreasing welfare even more. How's it in America? 2.7? Perfect. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. Terrorist bombing! Oh no. A series of bombs have ripped through the Beijing region. The casualties number in the dozen. Tearful families and furious officials are demanding to know how this could have happened. Well, listen, it wasn't a nuke. It could have been a nuke. I know. The bombing as an example to be followed. What the fuck? Why not? Yeah, no, listen, okay. Listen here, boys. You were the victim of a terrorist attack. Now that sucks. However, have you considered becoming terrorists against the terrorists? Have you considered doing terrorist bombings against the people you think might have done this? Because I think that would be funny. Alright, I forgot to purge that. I probably should do that. Scar, by the very nature of lines, banged all the females, so Simba may have cocked his uncle. Oh, there you go. I knew there would be something akin to that somewhere in The Lion King. Ah, the resistance of... You know what, I don't... You know what? I wouldn't mind if the resistance took over. Maybe if I can just do all of the actual work, then the resistance can come in and, you know, actually control the place, because that way I could not need to worry about Iran becoming an alien base, at least. I'll still need to worry about the, you know, nuclear bombs, but the resistance are relatively unlikely to use them against me, so... Yes. Let's see if I can get the resistance to do some of the heavy lifting for once. Lazy bastards. I wish you could talk. So there is a diplomacy system in the game. It's very, very, very basic, and I really wish you could have the option to actually, you know, instruct them and do things like, hey, listen, I'm gonna open up Iran for you. Please take it. You know, offer them treaties like that. Conspire with them. Because there are genuine benefits to allowing the resistance to take over this. Nuke, now a resource region. Finally, the African-American Indian. I don't think that's quite how that works. But the Native American has become useful to the state. It was a long and difficult endeavor to make this happen. But now, finally, we are here. Fission and fusion reactors. Stabilize mission. I don't really need it yet. The Gallium Mist Radiator. Maybe. That would be kinda nice. Does Turkey have nukes? Turkey doesn't have nukes. Okay, good. As long as they don't have nukes, everything else is fine. As long as they don't have nukes. Nukes are the problem, because if they got nukes, I will be unable to bully them in the future if I choose to do so. Spy mission success. Make sure that everyone stays nice and loyal. Oh, holy shit, they finally discovered my leak within the servers. My god. I genuinely don't know how long I had that double agent. It must have been like 6 years or something.
Forgive me, Ifechi. I can happily talk to anyone for hours about how to improve society. Yet, sometimes replying to a simple email feels like the hardest thing in the world. Commissioner Kiran Banerjee.
The servants are really dumb. Yes, Adoma. They're fucking retarded. Alright, let's start looking out up into the sky yet again. More control points. Calm the aliens down a little bit. So the aliens react to a couple of things. One, obviously, is your total control in space, mission control. So the more mission control you have, the more upset the aliens will be. They'll also be upset if you have a certain number of stations above your maximum number. But as you begin expanding out to multiple planets, the aliens, for some mysterious reason, calm down. I'm not actually entirely sure why. You'd think that, there being an even greater amount of humans in space should piss them off more, not less, but nope. Apparently not. Alright, well, now I should actually start focusing on getting some runners over, traitors, yeah, things. Whilst we take over those two last little silly nations down there. Servants? That's not who I wanted to take control over that. God damn it. Lazy fucking resistance. I'm probably gonna have to do it myself if I want to neutralize Iran. I doubt the AI will be intelligent enough to do it for me. Tragic though that may be. Humanity first Spartans! Ooh. I like the sound of that. Spartans? Are we making Master Chiefs? The Turks? Turkey has declared war on me now. I don't even know why. Oh, it's because they're allied with the Protectorate, that's why. Right. This is a very long and very pointless war. A very long and very pointless war. Right, I'm probably... Okay, right, the AI is not going to be good enough to do it for me, so I'm probably just going to have to fix it myself. Alright, Iran, Operation Cuck the Lion Mark 2.0 is back on again. Bend over and present your wife's ass. This might piss off the aliens again, but I don't care. They got nukes, I don't want them to. Oh, guild. Yes. So there is actually a guild. There is a guild already in Dune. We're using the Kibbs cord for organizing the guild because Kibbs has no life, and so he can organize everything. So we're using the Kibbs cord to organize the guilds. Yes, the Iranian people will realize that I am their friend. And obviously I'm Harkonnen. Like, in reality, Atreides. Definitely. Because the Atreides are cooler. They've got a better aesthetic. They've got a... Oh, hold on there, U.S. Army. Why are you over there? Oh, you're not actually fighting. Okay, good. I was starting to wonder why the fuck you were over there. Because the Atreides are absolutely cooler. There's no doubt about it. But there's already the majority of people are siding with Atreides. So it's like, oh, I don't want to play what most people play. That's silly. No. I want to play the underdogs. I want to play the Horde from the good old World of Warcraft days. Yes. That's the way you do it. 82%. Pretty good. Ah, we've almost got enough for the wealthy trait. Nice. And we've got enough for another fleet now. Right. I'm thinking we'll prioritize the Martian fleet, which has 4 Gunganirs and a Jarl. Right, so we're making 3 North Seas, which is good. We're going to want 3 more North Seas. Three more North Seas for Mars. Animus Acumen, ahoy! Back from a 2-week trip in Canada and Alaska. 4,000 miles. Plus 6,000 kilometers of driving. Jesus. Happen to say I found no dev, but strangely a lot of Indians and Asians. Well, remember, Dev is an Italian, so he's kind of a little bit of both. That is a lot of driving. God, that is a ridiculous amount of driving. Then again, I hear Canada is actually somewhat large, so it does check out. Probe arrives. Very good yield. It's already occupied by the aliens, of course. It's probably time to start thinking about bombers and infiltrators. One-way warships designed to see if they can reach an enemy base and then nuke it from orbit, after which they will just probably be killed. Humanity first, Spartans? Yes. I want Spartans. I like the idea of having Spartans. Let's make Spartans now. Go on with the stabilized missions. Anybody in the academy I'm gonna need to assassinate. 5, 6... 3, 5, 2, 16. Yep. Sorry, babe. You're gonna have to go down. I don't want to kill random innocents like yourself, but sometimes this has to be done. This is one of those times. You have too much espionage. That makes it possible for you to try and assassinate my dudes. A thing I am not fond of, and so you're gonna have to be shot. You're too good at your job, and so death is the only answer. Boom. And the Academy aren't even friends with the aliens, so they won't even be upset for me killing him. It's perfect. For all our sakes, we must put an end to your warmongering. Yeah, good luck with that. Good fucking luck with that. Settlement mining complex, there we go. Plasma tornado damages base. Rig up an emergency cooling system, 1,000 water. I got 1,000 water. Plasma torpedoes. That does sound like it sucks a lot. Helium mist radiators. Oh, God, I don't even know which one of these are good. I'm just gonna have to research all of them and hope I find one that's worthwhile. Orion Drive? I do like the name Orion. They said it was madness, but the dream of detonating nuclear bombs to push us through space can be realized. Yeah, never mind. If that is the propulsion method, I'll research it regardless. I don't care if it's good. If the form of propulsion is literally detonating nukes behind my ship, I want to know about it, even if I'll never ever use it at any point in time or history whatsoever. I simply just need to have that knowledge. That's all. Alright, back to cucking Iran, I guess. Now, when are those spaceships done? 12 more days. Okay. That should deduct automatically from my base metals. And I can start worrying about the Mercury fleet. Sorry about this, Resistance. I don't want to take actions against you, but I mean, you're not doing anything useful with any of this, so you're just gonna have to suck it up. Brilliant. Battle cruisers. Singapore? Oh no! Singapore has ended its alliance with Russia! Well, ain't that just fucking tragic? Ain't that just downright tragic? Right, keep racking open these places. Gotta purge the Iranians out of power. And now I can get rich. Rich is quite nice. Let's see. Streetwise, security. Are we saving for wealthy? Yeah, probably saving for wealthy. Alright, 20 security, remove trait marked. I really don't care about marked. Prosperous. Might as well. Connected, eminent. Wealthy. Yep, we'll save for wealthy. You espionage maxed out. Nice. Command. Yes, we could use some more command. Get yourself the battle computer upgrade as well. Make it run Mesopotamia again. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. At the very least, I need to take away their nukes. Terawatt gas core. 1 terawatt? That sounds like a lot, and I like it. More probes. Again, not that I really have the spacecraft able to go all the way out there to deal with that, but it's nice to know what's out there. Even if I can't actually get there yet. Ah, minus on abduction missions. Yes. Lovely, lovely. We're beginning to figure out countermeasures against the aliens. Perfect.
Death is release. Death is a gateway. In death, you will become your true self. It is not death you should fear, my family, but only the pain that precedes it. And even that is a moment soon forgotten.
Ah. Well, that is a fine justification for making, you know, biological weapons. Listen, okay? Death is freedom. And so us creating a weaponized version of the Black Plague is actually a very good thing. Seriously, it's the best thing we could possibly be doing right now. An intriguing point of view. A very intriguing point of view, indeed. I don't really... Oh, Espionage 18. Okay, fine, that's fine. I will allow the rebellion, those fuckers, to keep their good agents. I will allow it. I will allow that because they're my friends. They wouldn't backstab me for no reason. I hope. I'm going to give them this charitable favor. Administration tower, yes. Right, I'm back over my control point capacity. Fuck. Spartans! I do need to research those soon as well. Apparochniks. That's probably Soviet for something.
The online shopping guy and the electric car guy can squabble over Mars all they like, but that's just selling humanity short. Trust me, we can do so much better. Director Khalid Lashkar, during an appearance on late-night television.
Right, let's send the probes out of space. Mission to the outer planets. Not a terrible idea. The Kuiper Belt, Uranus, and Neptune. Yep. Let's reach out into space. All the way out there. If nothing else, it will show me all of the alien bases for me to bomb in the future. Armenia requests a technology transfer from Russia. I don't think you want that, buddy. Trust me. I've seen the Russian weapon systems. Shortly before this stream, I got sent a clip of a Russian Su-25, a Frogfoot, a Cold War-era subsonic attack aircraft getting shot down. You don't want the Soviet surplus. Trust me. You don't want it. It's really, really, really not worth the money on any level whatsoever. Now we just purged the last control point, and Iran is mine. Oh, wow, they've actually got modern armor and everything. Damn. It's very impressive for being Iran. Very impressive indeed. Very impressive.
Heresy is the question. Fire is the answer.
Alright, do we have enough for the next Mars fleet now? Or wait, we've got ships building on Mars, don't we? Yes, we got ship building on Mars. We need the next Mercury fleet now. So that's 3 Gunganirs, a Jarl, and 2 North Seas. Right. So 1 more Gunganir, 2 more North Seas. In fact, make it 2 more Gunganirs. The military is almost done. Hexy, Soviet surplus, so Iranian. To be fair, they have some American surplus too. They've got F-14 Tomcats for some weird-ass fucking reason. In Bruin, by the way, to make diplomacy work, you need to improve relations. The big win is information sharing, which means the other faction can take the alien kill heat. I do know about that you can make little deals with them, but usually the AI asks for so much that I find it to not be worth it. Unity +4 to assassination mission. Congratulations, you've figured out how to target. Oh, anime region? Right, so we've got Europa, huh?
Tree. Can I smell your feet?
Right. Well, it's a certain distance away, but now we can visit the place where we play Barotrauma on. The aliens do have bases out there. Yep, they do. Yep, they do. There. Iran is under the boot. Now I just need to hold on to it for a little while. Just gotta hold on to it for a little while until I can get rid of its nukes. So, can I partition you in any way that makes sense, I wonder? Is there any partitioning of Iran? Tungard Independence Movement. Australia. Mexican Liberation. Ew. Iranian Separatism. There we go. Since I'm down here, what's Pakistan ran by? Pakistan is ran by... Yep, that could be a potential alien place as well. Right, the breakup of Iran and Pakistan will be my next mission then. Night Shroud, how do you deal with lost nukes? You don't. There's no dealing with lost nukes. When a nuke is lost,
it is a miracle of engineering and physics, yes. But romantically, standing next to a heavy hydrogen fusion reactor is the closest you'll ever get to a star.
And what it means is that it's been stolen by someone. This is bad. This means that at some point in the future, a nuclear device is probably going to be detonated in one of your cities. Which is not great. It's, in fact, really, really shit. It's awful, in fact. And there isn't really any way to stop that from happening, so it's just a question of puckering up, Buttercup, and preparing for the worst. Iranian separatism. The best way to prevent it is to just... Uh-oh. Ah, shit. Well, I'm gonna have to go assassinate that. Debris duty! Yeah. Just blow it up with the point defense lasers. The best way to get rid of it is to simply just get rid of nukes in general. There is very little purpose in nukes. Remember our forces stationed in the nation. Part, yes. So, can I federate now? Russia! Alright, I need to ally first. Oh, that is Russia. Where's it? There it is. Alright, you can probably federate, right? Oh, you're already in a federation. Wonderful. Can I take control of it? What does your flag look like? It looks like that. Unification. 180 days. Right. Fair enough. So it's almost always good to just get rid of nukes. Keep a few on the nation you trust the most, so that you've got something to smack the aliens with if necessary. But otherwise, you have very few reasons to use nukes, because nukes will degrade Earth. It will just fuck shit up. It'll fuck up the economy, it'll fuck up the people, it'll fuck up research, it'll fuck up everything, and you normally don't want that. You normally don't want that. Indeed. Breakup of Pakistan. I don't like the Pakistanis either. Ian Bruin, the hour does not ask for much at all. Offer them a non-aggression pact and $1, some might be greedy and demand 100. Sometimes they do accept non-aggression pact, but then you can't attack them. And the problem there is, sometimes the AI put themselves in really, really stupid positions. It makes me want to attack them. Although, I should reach out to the resistance if there is one available. There is. Spaska Chernovka. 81%? I'll take it. And Reverend Norse. Fortify Iran, please. Let's try and get that sewn up. Hexy, but if I want to glass the aliens like my grandpa, well, you need to keep a few nukes for that exact purpose, yes. Keep a few nukes in case you need to nuke some aliens. That is important. Right, so they're pleased with me at the moment. None of this is useful to me. I would actually... Okay, give me the ECM, I guess. Useless, but... Here, have ECM, and in return... have a bunch of stuff. There. I'll just give them an assload of research, hoping that they'll be able to use it for something worthwhile. Hoping and praying. It's a breakup of Pakistan. Critical success. Beautiful.
You ignorant slut.
Alright, we need to continue getting a bit more command, because I still don't have enough. I know I have more. Direct focus, where is it? Where is it? Where is it? I know I've got more. Somewhere. 10 more. Yeah. Predictive logistics. Spartans, Spartans, humanity first, fucking Spartans. There we go. Fanatic and elite marines. That's what I like to hear. Deans, this is making me want to play XCOM. EU, long war again. The only good alien is one that's been filled with lead. Same developers, by the way. Developers of Terra Invicta are the guys who made XCOM Long War. So I hope that what they'll do next, after they've done this, is they'll make a game like this, but Long War style as well. You know? That would be an amazing expansion to this, by the way. Make a add-on game that can be played separately and simultaneously with this, where you play XCOM-style battles. That would be so fucking amazing. Where you can actually, like, control your armies or send in missions and stuff. And you can, instead of doing an assassination mission the usual way, you can take manual control of the assassination mission. That would be a really fucking awesome thing. It would make what is already a, like, 500-hour video game into a 5,000-hour video game, but you know what? I'm fine with that. We spotted a random alien, have we? None of you have that much espionage, so I don't feel the urge to kill any of you. I wouldn't mind killing you, but I'd need some observation first. America looks like it needs a little bit shoring up. Low. Nice. So we can reduce welfare spending a little bit.
Can I show your feet?
Russia's still not there. Russia still needs to spend way more on welfare. Need to level that curve. 743. Good, 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 good. Now we're starting to earn money. Never knows, why must you always send me to the Middle East? It's where you belong, boy. The Middle East is the place for you. You always liked it down there. It's nice and warm and everything. Two is a bit much. On. Navies are beginning to wrap up now, so I can actually consider just starting to kill aliens, but before we do that, Earth 1E. We're gonna have it resupply. And then we're gonna take over a new space station around Earth. Let's see. Who's the least threatening? Oh god, the Resistance barely have any space stations. That's disappointing. Alright, who's got a navy? The fucking Protectorate probably got navies now, don't they? They do indeed. Exodus has a navy. It's not much of a navy, but it is a navy. Resistance actually have a navy. Ooh, hey! The International Space Station. Yes. Yes. I've always wanted the International Space Station. I think it should be my space station. I think it should be the International Arch Space Station. Ian Bruden, non-back are good. We aren't fighting each other when we could be killing enemies. Also, just a couple particle beams can make a huge difference. That also is true. Hello there, you lazy little fucking garbage ass eating shits. Endless Productions. Do I have anything I want from you? No, and you don't want to make any deals with me either, you lazy little bastards. Space mission browser? Yeah, I'll take that one. Right. Here you go, you backwards ass fucking savages. Some more technology for you. Don't worry, you'll catch up at some point. No, you won't. America. It is becoming American again. We launched just before the rest of our ships arrived, but such is the nature of timing. Hello there! Guten Abend, I have come to take your shit from you. Engage. Our first space battle. Well, not technically, but sort of our first space battle. Sort of our first space battle. Kind of, in a way. Right, approach the space station at a nice, calm coasting speed. It ain't aliens, but it is defended by enemy ships, or corvettes. It's a trash can with an engine attached. Nice. Beautiful, in fact. Downright stunning. You can barely even see the rust. The height of human technology. Ooh, this one actually looks like a ship. Well, the rust is still somewhat, you know. Oh, I think it's in range. Judging by the fact that half of its hull just turned, yep, yes, it's in range. Who's the aliens now, motherfucker? It's like beating up children. I love beating up children. Oh. I have always had a special fondness for bullying those weaker than me. Ah, the worst part is this must have cost a lot to build. All of this must genuinely have cost a fucking load of resources to construct. And unfortunately, it's just not very effective. It's just not very effective at all. And that's what you get for building warships early, you fucking shits. Right, time to bully someone else's layered defense stations for once. Oh, Jesus, they fucking... Holy crap, they butchered that. Right, well, that was quick. And now there's one enemy warship that is fucking booking it. As fast as it can, like, nope. I don't want to be here. Fair enough. Fair enough, sir. Fair enough. Lovely. Well, I consider that a naval engagement. Well done. A nice little bunch of resources as well. Nice, nice. And now that there's nothing left there,
Service guarantees citizenship.
Earth Viking. Head towards the International Space Station, please. And prepare to place it under new management. Don't worry, International Space Station, we're not going to blow you up. That would be cruel and unusual. We're just going to take you over. Nothing to worry about. Nothing to worry about whatsoever. You're just going to have some new and better bosses from now on. Keltafir has subscribed on Kick. Thank you very much, sir. Figured I'd subscribe here since it's where you want people to watch. I do. Don't get me wrong, chat. I love and appreciate all of you watching, regardless of where you are, even on YouTube. But Kick has established itself as a just really good alternative now. It pays better. Quite a bit better. So if anyone wants to support the stream and don't have the money on hand to donate or anything like that, which is entirely understandable considering the economy right now, then simply watching on Kick gives money for nothing. Just you watching gives money. So thank you very much, Keltafir. I can't read that, it's too small. I'm sorry, I'm blind. And did that piss off the aliens? No, it didn't. Perfect. Ideal. So I can bully the Academy all I want. Yay. Part of me just wants to launch like a mass assassination campaign against them. Just for the fun of it. But at the same time, it would feel like kicking a puppy. At the same time, I do enjoy kicking puppies. You know, I'll just shoot that person. Just to make sure that they know I can. You know, for no other particular reason. I just want to make absolutely certain that they understand that if I wanted to shoot their people, I could shoot their people. And it is through my noble beneficence that I don't shoot more of their people. Who is paying for the Kick thing? Well that's... See, now there's the problem. Kick will eventually... basically run out of money. Because Kick is being privately funded right now, largely via the money of like one super duper retardo rich investor, which is why they can afford to pay so much. And of course they also give a much larger slice of oh, you're there, good boys. Of ad revenue, what they have, and their subscription. I think they take 1%, whereas YouTube takes 30%. So what they're doing, basically, is just going, we're going to establish ourselves on the market by attracting talent to us by being, well, incredibly generous. Which will eventually end, as they can't keep doing that forever, but whilst the gravy train is running, I would like to get aboard it. Is asking his ally to attack Nigeria. I mean, as tempting as that is. No, Germany. You're gonna have to attack Nigeria on your own. Nice. The International Space Station is now the International Arch Station, and I like it. We should head back to Port E1. We'll leave the fleet here. Actually, no, we will not. We will not. That is silly. Alright, International Space Station. You've seen better days, I can't help but notice. Seen better days indeed.
Flight bottom. The bottom shows maybe a little low. Roger, no problem.
Don't worry. I'll fix you up a bit.
Camera coming on.
Energy Research Center. Life Science.
May be able to pick up the steerable if you desire to try. Pitch 212, yaw 37. Pitch 212, yaw 37. That's the first line.
Material, energy. I like energy. Energy. Yeah, there's the energy research. Yes, give me some energy research centers.
1, 2, 37, over.
And layered defense array on the other side, mostly to discourage the humans rather than the aliens' aggression. Deans, no matter the size of your opponent, always give it your best. Yes, especially when they're small and pathetic and can be bullied. In Brunei, aliens killed when they attacked. Aliens killed when they attack don't count for heat. That's true. When they attack, they don't count heat. That is correct. So if you can manage to kill them on your defenses, the aliens don't get pissy with you, which is a reasonable stance to take. Unfortunately, I'm gonna have to kill this one because it's in America. And I am not allowing them to screw with me in the US. That is a tremendous no-no. Very, very large no-no. Very, very, very large no-no. We're probably gonna be approaching full-scale war with the aliens in the very, very near future. Luckily, I am just about ready, so it's not the worst thing ever. Execute another alien. Well, it's another one bites the dust. I should probably try to arrest more of them, like Doman said. That would probably be wise. Oh, they've gotten used to me shooting their operatives. They didn't even react. Nice. Ah, it was just Bob. Nobody liked Bob. If anything, his death will strengthen our cause. Fair enough. Sometimes you just don't like one of your friends. And so if he gets assassinated, oh, so what? Now, you're not gonna send the assassin flowers or anything, you know? You've got a certain class about you, but still, you're not gonna cry any tears. Not gonna cry any tears. I suppose I might as well get started on Pakistan. How's the unification going? Extended for power force or held power for 180 days. 28 days? Right, we're getting there. Right, don't worry about building an atom bomb or an army. That's not something you're gonna need to worry about, tiny little countries. Just whatever money you can scrounge up and give to me, just do that instead. That's fine. On 1 day, and we can disarm Iran's nuclear arsenal, and then break it up to many little stupid nations that can never bother me ever again. Ooh, literally 28 days. Is anybody excited for the 28 Years Later movie? I little bit am. Those were good kind of zombie movies. Formulaic zombie movies, extraordinarily formulaic zombie movies, But I still like them. I like them. And I like the idea of the moving forward that they've got. Like 28 days, 28 weeks, 28 months, 28 years. I like that. It kind of gives you a relationship to the world, you know? It's an enjoyable little idea. Also, if you're into zombie movies, I would recommend the Korean zombie movie, Road to Busan. Very good. Very, very, very good. Shore that up a little bit. The Koreans have a genuinely well-developed entertainment industry at this point. They've started to figure out how to make things that are fun for everyone, Westerners and their own people. And since they haven't been anywhere near as consumed by nonsense like we have, to shore things up here a little bit. You... My holdings are growing a little bit too large now. It's getting difficult to keep everything under control. Spread out a bit more. Koreans also make good war movies. Very many good war movies. They've made like a dozen or so that are really solid. Well worth checking out. There's also been some good Korean dramas that I've watched too that were very entertaining. What was it? Detective Doberman? Now, I will admit, they are definitely a little bit old, let's say. Like, watching some Korean television feels like watching European television from like 30 years ago. Like, they use comedic sound effects. Like, they make squeaking noises and shit. Go like, listen, you're supposed to laugh now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It's really weird. But it has a certain, you know, unique charm to it, I suppose. So. Life Science Institute, we don't need that. Sabotage, contraband, active focus. We don't need that. Alright, 180 gigawatts, 2 tons per gigawatt. That's pretty good, actually. One ton per gigawatt, but only 4.6 gigawatts, which is not great. 13 tons per gigawatt. Oof. That's awful. But it does unlock things. Alright, let's see if it unlocks anything useful. Singleton virus, one target, 1 kill. No collateral damage, we hope. Yes. Because weaponizing viruses... What could possibly go wrong? What could possibly conceivably go wrong with weaponizing viruses? I really don't know. I really don't know what could possibly conceivably backfire with that. Putting some welfare whilst we're in there. I'm sure there's no point whatsoever where that might mutate and go terribly, terribly wrong. Like saying, before the warfare was like Hearts of Iron, the warfare definitely needs some improving upon. It's fairly simplistic, but, you know, considering it's a game where, you know, this is also a space of warfare, yeah. I would like to see better ground warfare, but I understand why it's not a priority yet. And Renault's Train to Busan is the name of the Korean movie. That's the one, yeah, Train to Busan. That's the one. It's good. I like it. Didn't I say that? I thought I said that. Brazil? Germany? Why the fuck are you invading Brazil? God, the German quest to eradicate the Browns just kind of keeps going, huh? Oh well. I mean, I'm not necessarily in opposition to the German crusade against the brown people, but seems a bit extreme at this point. Seems like a bit of a personal vendetta. Navies, navies, beautiful, beautiful, beautiful navies. Hello, alien. Hello there. Let's keep an eye on you in case you start doing anything sketchy. I don't want you wandering around my countryside. Alright, we've got some unification options now, I should think. Unification, and I believe a confederation as well. Reverend Norse, you spent too long in America. Time for you to go fill in paperwork in Russian. Congratulations, I know you love that. They're sending a lot of ships to Earth all of a sudden. I think they're going to blow up other people's stuff. God damn it, more aliens? Alpha 7, ooh, it's a first waiver. Haven't seen one of those in a while. Poseidon Torch. An advanced nuclear saltwater rocket that can go anywhere in the solar system and beyond. Right, the cost of that tank is fucking terrifying, but it would be my first long-range vehicle. I'm going to research it. It costs way too much, but I'm gonna get the Poseidon Torch so that I have something that might be able to be fitted onto a bomber that might go and kill enemy bases, even if the price point is a little bit ridiculous. Unification with Armenia. And we can federate with Azerbaijan. The Soviet Union grows greater, stronger, more powerful. Oh, the Min-Mag. I remember that one being good. Oh, Earth orbit cleanup. Authorize an extensive campaign. Yes. So, as you carry out combat missions in space, you will actually create debris in space. That debris can actually destroy your space stations by, you know, ramming into them and blowing up your stuff. So, you do want to, if at all possible, make sure that you clean up all of that debris whenever you get the option to do so. As it can be very, 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 very expensive not to. 39 days. Eurasian Union, Soviet Union 2.0. 5.589 billion. Its economy is growing. It's still not exactly anything impressive, but more aliens.
Only when we can look our enemy in the eye can we understand why he's not so different from ourselves. Then, only then, can we hope for peace, I fetching.
Peace is for pussies. I don't want it. It's gay and I reject it. Networked psyops. I like the way that's framed. Right, Tokamex.
Ignorant slut.
The pinch fusion reactor, no numero dos. Ferricide, right, let's get their purpose and their weakness researched. The Space Cowboy 33. Terra Invicta stream. Great birthday present. Thank you. Oh, it's your birthday. Congratulations, sir. And since you've donated 10 whole dollary dues, we can name a advisor after you. Clemens. Clemens has always given me a little bit of a space cowboy vibe. I don't know. She doesn't necessarily look like a space cowboy. She doesn't really. I need a more space cowboy-esque image for her. I mean, that's got the hat, but we can do better, surely. I recognize this hentai. I have seen this before. This image speaks to me on a deeply personal level, but so does this. And I'm pretty sure she has got a dick in this one, so she can be my first male counselor. Yes, perfect. Never say that Archie is sexist. I like that picture with the dude just drinking coffee as they're discovering the alien invasion of Earth, like it's just another day. Yeah, sure, the aliens are invading. So what? My wife is cheating on me with the pool boy. Why the fuck should I care? That's the energy he's giving off. And hey, why should he care? His wife is fucking the pool boy. He's got other issues. If the aliens come right now, you know, what will change for him? The number of penises inside of his wife might differ. You know, there might be more of them, and they might be larger and purple. But so what? What material difference is this going to make in his life? None. Virtually none. Virtually none whatsoever. I feel like I was tracking an alien down here, and then it disappeared. Which is perhaps a little upsetting. Oh, there you are. Malaysia. Right. I'm gonna follow you and try to put you in jail. 63. I'll take it. Go for it, Space Cowboy. Put that Xenosi in jail.
Nothing we humans will not turn into a weapon if we can. Each fresh discovery we make only speeds us closer to destruction.
I earned electromagnetic propulsion. Lawrence Drive. Titanic spacecraft. Bigger boats. You really don't need the biggest boats. The biggest boats are, if anything, a little bit too big. Deuterium helium-3 fusion? Yes. Plasma guns. Super heavy plasma cannon? Yes. I enjoy the idea of that. Oh, and I got another one. Oh, that did piss off the aliens. Alright, that did make them a little upsetty spaghetti. Little upsetty spaghetti. Honestly, at this point, I imagine they'll be upsetty spaghetti with anything I do. Plasma. God, there's a lot of alien factories everywhere. I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. I don't like it. I don't want there to be this many alien factories all over the place. I'd prefer it if there were fewer. But I can't blow them up, because if you want to see something that really pisses off the aliens, it's blowing up their bases. Oh yeah, that... They don't get over that. And they really, really, really do not get over that. They really don't. Now, you can kill some of their counselors occasionally, and, you know, they'll be a bit upset about that too, sure, but blow up their bases and you will see fury the likes of which you have very rarely experienced. And I was breaking up Pakistan. Get back to that. "7 days. In Bruins, building weapons is an absolute moral good. It is. It leads to far more peace than not building them. Aha. I figured that was an alien, because it was slightly difficult to spot. Alpha 24. Oh. Right, now it's still not certain that that's for me. They might be going for somebody else. Min-Mag Orion, I do like that one. That one's okay. Right, fleet for launch for low Mars orbit. Right, that is a big boy. That is a big boy fleet. Right, it is time to start defending myself. It's time to start defending. Oh, 2 fleets launching from Mars orbit. Oh, goody good. They're very upset with me. Let's hope I've built enough shit. Yeah. You don't need to be around anymore. The crew can come home now. After spending the last few decade or so in orbit around a random asteroid. Achieving very little, doing very little. I really want to get those plasma weapons now. Low mercury. Okay. I've got ships now. If you want to try and go for some of my stuff, you are going to have to fight for it now. She's abducting people in China. I do not wish to let that stand. They're still acting somewhat peacefully in Earth's orbit, which is nice. The purpose: we have been able to solicit invaluable information from the alien captive. Thanks to a discovery that Hydra falsehood carry unique ferricide signatures. Oh, their farts smell different when they lie. That's good to know. Because it transpires that a Hydra will rather go silent than be caught lying. As far as we can tell, an unsuccessful deception is a source of great shame. It has been surprisingly straightforward to establish which matters the alien is relatively willing to discuss. With full confidence that it's not deceiving us, in consequence, we have now gleaned significant understanding of its species' intentions for Earth. Now, we can learn about their weakness later. Because I'm sure their weakness is probably plasma cannons. So we're gonna, by God, we're gonna research plasma cannons. Yeah, she's starting to abduct things. I don't like that. Can't allow that. Can't allow that to continue. Little Make it too easy for them to start snatching my control points. Big no-no. 5%. Oh, Jesus. Alright. What's my assassination chance? A lot better, right? Down. You go. Reverend Norse, back to the Middle East with you. And I think got enough missions for all three of you. All-out war is almost upon us. There shall be no peace. There shall be no coexistence. There shall be no pleasantries or niceties in space or amongst the stars. Now, except... will they engage me, I wonder? I don't know if that pisses them off less. That would be interesting to know. Oh, never mind. Oh, engage it is then. Our first fight against the aliens in space. We're up against a Diamond Fury class Lancer, 2 monitors, a frigate, and a corvette. I don't know what the Lancer is, but I'm assuming that's some kind of ridiculously enormous fucking laser weapon. Alright, target the North Seas onto that, see if we can overwhelm its point defenses. Alright, the ultraviolet lasers are already in range, and they've begun picking away at the smaller ships. Good. Excellent. This is why you bring the Gungunirs. Because otherwise, those little ships will start flanking your ass, which is very upsetting. Very upsetting indeed. Very upsetting. Enemy projectiles incoming. Point defense opening up. The Jarl class is engaging at long range. The Jarl is keeping the enemy's projectiles away very nicely so far. We've got shots going up. Hits. Nope. It's very hard to hit the little ones. For the time being, the main target isn't in range. Alright, so... is this thing shooting at us? Which one of these things are shooting at us? That thing is being effectively engaged. Right. Of course, they're targeting the Jarl. They always seem to target the Jarl for some reason. I wonder if the AI knows that it's the command vessel, because they always target the Jarl. I'm pretty sure the AI probably knows that it's the command vessel, and that's why it targets it. Right. Entire fleet now target the Diamond Fury class Lancer, as that's the only one that's really doing damage to us at the moment. Let's see, our lasers are not doing diddly dick yet. Are we impacting its hull? I don't think so, but we've just started focusing the North Seas on it. Now, the lasers will grow more effective as we go closer, but does it? It might have enough PD to... No, it does not have enough PD to stop everything. Solid shots will start coming through. Although it's got enough to stop pretty much all of it. Most. The occasional impact. At the moment, dealing 0 damage. But 0 damage is actually fine, because it's dealing 0 internal damage. It will still be dealing damage to components, like targeting or weaponry, or rattling up the crew, so this is fine. As it comes ever closer, more of its components will be damaged. My guns will have a higher muzzle velocity. And we're starting to see actual damage sneak its way into it. Yep. Its point defense guns have been brought down. It is silent and dead in the void. Excellent. Well, this tells me that I need more North Seas. I need more North Seas to reliably overwhelm point defenses. A lot more, but that is my first victory over the aliens in space. Although we have been able to... Oh, and yeah, that pissed them off royally. Although we've been able to some extent study alien technology before now, to have access to one of their craft is entirely, in its entirety, is a godsend to science. This is how they access our skies. This is how they travel within the solar system. This is what we must learn from and perhaps even emulate if we are to truly do the same ourselves. Even a preliminary appraisal of the retrieved vessel has revealed a sizable quantity of materials that defy easy categorization. Something that is not only countless steps beyond our own technology, but profoundly different from it. Something perhaps that would not exist in our solar system had these beings not brought it here. If you can understand it, the potential is beyond words. Recovered alien technology. We have retrieved a veritable treasure trove of extraterrestrial technology. A raft of inscrutable machines whose even basic function currently eludes us. Metals whose very structure is wildly unfamiliar, and even screws and bolts with almost preposterous tensile strength. To call this a motherlode would be the understatement of the millennium. We have so much to learn from every last fragment of this whole, but it surely represents the technological apex of a species that has somehow found a way to travel from their far distant world to ours.
We've defeated the aliens in the field. Now, to gather the spoils.
Well, we did it. We took an aliens on the battlefield and won. And we've earned the spoils. Working examples of alien technology. If things weren't so dire, we'd be celebrating. Actually, the science teams are celebrating anyway. Never seen these guys so excited. I feel like slapping them down, reminding them just how many lives those shiny toys cost us. But I suppose there's no point. The stuff we've got in the labs now is beyond anything that's ever been produced on Earth. Any R&D company would kill for just a sniff. If you were in the business of making money, we would be set for life, but we're not. We're fighting for humanity and for Earth. And this stuff only matters if it can help with that. There's a long road ahead, but we're one step further along. Avian alien corpse. We have successfully retrieved the body of one of the creatures we have nicknamed Griffins. A preliminary assessment confirms that it is an entirely different species to the alien first encountered on Earth. As different from them as we humans are from, say, a dragonfly. Indeed, so thin and hollow are this alien's bones that it seems unlikely it even originated from the same planet as the other aliens. Most probably it hails from a far lower gravity environment, which would also explain how rarely this particular species has been sighted on Earth. While the bone structure arguably invites comparison to avian life form on our own world, hence the designation Griffin, the similarities end there. This creature is in every sense of the word, alien. Alright, And now we prepare ourselves for retribution. Alright, you are going to head back to your station. Set home port at... Oh, God. What did I name my port around there? Good question. JD Standard. That was right. Right. Guess they shut the fucking engines out, didn't they? Every time they target the fucking command ship. All the goddamn time. Anyhow, okay. Which is the... Right, can you go back there now? Oh wait, did you do the... Oh no, you did the thing, didn't you? Oh, you did the retard thing. Yes, you did the retard thing. Okay, so... I'm assuming this is a bug. It's been a bug for a while now. Sometimes when you order an intercept, your ships will intercept at a wrong angle so that they will shoot off into space after intercepting. And when they shoot off into space like that, there is nothing you can do to get the fleet back. The fleet is just lost. It is gone and dead in space, and there's literally nothing you can do about it. Oh god, they still have this in the game. Why? Oh, I was really hoping they'd maybe fix that, but apparently not. Brilliant. And the only way to solve it is to literally reload everything and redo the course, so it is a fucking enormous pain in the ass. In Brunei, now you should have taken exotics years ago. Yeah, but I haven't been shooting shit down yet. And by the way, the siege coils are best for saturating PDs. They are, because they take more damage to kill. Here's with Arch like spreadsheet. Arch yearns for office job. All that. Improved Arch said, well, you don't intercept before arrival. This isn't a bug, it's your choice to fuck yourself to zero conceivable benefit. No, it is a bug. See, because the job is, this was in the earlier versions of the game as well. When I first played the game, you intercepted, and then the order was simple. You are intercept when the enemy arrives. That was the instruction. But a few patches ago, they changed it so that now your fleet, when it intercepts, sometimes, not always, not even often, but sometimes it will fail the intercept. So instead of waiting for the enemy to arrive and then intercept, just because they'll basically be sitting in space to catch them, sometimes instead they will leave the gravity of the planet to intercept. It is really annoying because it only happens sometimes. And I've got to go back even further to get it. It only happens sometimes. That's the upsetting part. And this bug was back when I was playing the last run-through of the game as well, where on complete random, this happens. And the only way to get around it usually is to order them to intercept a tiny bit slower, so that basically you allow the aliens to arrive and then you intercept a moment after they arrive. The issue with that is, of course, that the aliens will arrive and they will immediately shoot at one of your surface installations, giving them an opportunity to blow up a base instantly, with no opportunity for you to intercept them before they blow up a base. Upsetting. Very upsetting. Why would a fleet ever move outside of range? Yes, that is a very good question. And it wouldn't. Obviously, the fleet captain wouldn't go, I'm sorry, sir. This intercept course you're giving me here will send us spinning off to fucking Saturn. Oh, God. We gotta go back even further. Obviously, the commander of the ship wouldn't accept that. Or at the very least, there should be a warning saying, like, okay, listen. If you set this intercept course, your fleet is gonna shoot off into space, and you will never see it again. Unironically, Ian Brute, tankers. Tankers would not be a bad idea. You can sort of make tankers in this game, sort of. But your problem then is milli-Gs, where you need a certain amount of milli-Gs to act, because you're going so fast, you need to turn around and be fast enough to catch up to the body that is already moving away. As you can build a ship, making it as light as possible, and then dump like 100 fuel tanks on it, because then will allow it to refuel the rest of the fleet. So tankers do work, but then you're concerned about the speed of your fleet and how fast it moves. God damn it. 3 turns. Wasted. Upsetty spaghetti. Actually, my mouse is blinking at me. I guess I didn't charge it overnight, as it's currently very upset and about to run out of power. Right, 4 hours 26, a short Terra Invicta stream today. For shame, mouse button, for shame. I suppose we'll wrap it there due to, mouse. Must have not gotten in its charging station. Alright. Until next time, chat. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donation. Thank you for subscribing on Kick. Thank you to Deans for the... Actually, I see a chat there. Rundown of ships. Right. I'll do that first. Because that is something that is actually very useful for people and can do it fairly quickly. The ships in my fleet are 2 very simple ships. It's the Jarl, which is the command ship, which carries the flag bridge. Very important. The flag bridge reduces the command cost of all of your other ships. Always get that. Now, the aliens always seem to attack it, so I would probably recommend giving it even more armor, like, twice your other ships. So, I fucked up on that one. Other than that, it carries single lasers set to guard mode. It is my point defense ship. It basically helps out with long-range intercepts of enemy missiles and projectiles that you can shoot down. It also carries the repair bay, because it always gets shot at, and always bring the highest level targeting computer. Always. For radiators, I simply pick the one with very low combat vulnerability, meaning they can stay deployed during combat, which means you do not need to bring a heat sink. Then a quantum battery, because it's the highest charge battery you get. Gas core fission reactor, something with 150 gigawatts will do. I personally subscribe to the grid drive, and the highest level armor you can put on it. There's 2 other ship classes. It's the Gungnir. This is the one that deals with small enemy ships. Largest, highest upgrade laser you've got, preferably ultraviolet arc, always arc. As many laser engines as you can as they buff your lasers. Always targeting computer. Rest the same. This is for dealing with small enemy flankers, either by killing their ships or at the very least disabling them. Disabling them is fine, so long as they don't get around you and start lasering you in your pathetically low armored flank. That is all you need. As little flank armor as you can get away with, because flank armor adds massively to the weight. 6,173 to 6,900, because it needs to armor the entire length of the ship. And the final class is the North Sea. The North Sea carries 1 coil cannon for a little bit of extra damage in the way to projectile and to do damage to the enemy ship, and 4 light coil guns. So the coil guns are there to basically just provide extra projectiles that the enemy has to intercept, increasing the hope that the coil cannon will get through and actually do damage. And some salvage bays, because it's always nice to get a bit more exotics from every engagement you carry out. So that is the general design of these ships, and they serve me fairly well. Although I am hoping to get a couple capital ships in each formation soon, because even just being able to add one big boy ship per fleet gives you a lot more firepower potential. And with that, before my mouse loses all of its battery, I shall wrap it up there. Until next time, chat, thank you very much for watching. Thank you for your generous donations. I'm very happy that people enjoy Terra Invicta, because I'm fucking addicted to this video game. And I will see you all again soon, with, I promise, I'll get to more Star Sector and more Stellar Blade, because I really want to play that game too now. Good night, chat.